Panhandle, Nebraska. And we have our committee members with us here today, and I'm going to start with having them introduce themselves on my far right.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Iba. I represent District 44, which is 8 counties in southwest Nebraska.
I'm Senator Hanson. I represent District 16, which is Washington, Burt, Cumming, and now parts of Stanton County.
I am Wendy DeBoer. I represent District 10 in Northwest Omaha and parts of Bennington.
John Arch, District 14, Papillion, La Vista, and Sarpy County.
Elliot Bostar, District 29, South Lincoln.
Thank you. To my far right is Tamara Hunt. She is the clerk for the meeting today, for the committee meeting. And to my immediate right is Joel Hunt. He is my LA. He's here to keep me on track to make sure I have the right information. And we have with us today 2 pages. Logan Welch. Logan is from Denver. And Logan Breck, and she is from Norfolk. Okay, the committee here today will hear 55 rules, proposed changes. I looked at the past year's agenda. That exceeds what we've done in the past more than twice. So 55 rules proposed for today. The group of senators who are here today will help us try to expedite our position here and try to get this done and try to do this in a timely manner so that we're not here until midnight. We'll begin with the testimony of the introducer of the senators, opposing statements, opening statements, and followed by proponents and opponents, and those speaking in the neutral capacity will be asked to speak after that. We ask your assistance with this procedure. Please silence your cell phones and other electronic devices. And if you intend to testify, make sure you filled out and completed a green testifier sheet located in the back of the room and hand it to the clerk when you come up to testify. If you wish to be on the record your support or opposition to a rule, but not testify in the hearing, you may add your name to the white sheet located in the back of the table by the door. If you are passing out materials to the committee, please give the committee pages the material so they can distribute those to those on the committee. You'll need 8 copies of printed material that you want to have handed out. If you need additional copies past that, they will try to help you. Please be seated in the front of the room if you're going to speak on a bill, either pro or con or neutral. And we have several seats that are vacant up here. So as we're getting to the bill or the rule that you're interested in, please move to the front to expedite this process. Okay, so when you begin to testify, please sit down there and state and spell your name. And please speak into the microphone. The microphone on the table is not intended for amplification. It is for those that are watching online on public television as well as for the transcribers. We will be using the 2-minute time limit today because we have 55 rules to hear. And so it'll be 2-minute time limit. You will see the light system in the middle there. We will use that. When the green light is on, you can begin speaking. When the yellow light comes on, that means you have 1 minute to speak. And when the red light comes on, that means your time has expired. Let me just share this last thing with you so you'll know what we're going to do with the additional information we received. I want to state on the record that our chair of the Rules Committee, myself, I have received numerous emails, numerous. There may not be a correct description. Hundreds would be a better description. For members of the public on several of the proposed rule changes, both in support and opposition for different proposals. We have received those. We've made sure we noted those. Those will be made available to every senator. Okay, with that, we will start with Senator Arch. And what we will do, let me explain what we're going to do. You got a new sheet that's passed out. It'll be the agenda. Senator Arch will open on Rule 1, Section 19. The description is tables of incompatible software to be noted in the Daily Journal. Senator Arch is going to speak about that. When he's done with that, we will ask if the committee has questions for Senator Arch. And after we have completed our questioning on that topic, Senator Arch will step back, and those of you that wish to testify in favor or opposition or neutral will be given an opportunity. And we will proceed down the agenda. As you see, we get down later on. There are 3 on the second page at the top. There are 3 rule changes all combined there. Those are very similar rules that deal with the same rule change. And so we will have those 3 senators make a presentation in succession, and then we will open it for public comment. So our goal is to hear everything that you have to say, because some of you have come a long ways to testify. and it is our job to make sure that we hear what you have to say. So with that, and no further ado, I'll ask Senator Arch if he would like to open on Rule 1, Section 19E, and the topic is journal entries, and as I stated before, tables with incompatible software to be noted in the Daily Journal. Senator Arch.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Erdman, members of the Rules Committee. For the record, my name is John Arch, John-Arch, and I represent the 14th Legislative District in Sarpy County. My first proposed rule change amends Rule 1, Section 19, and it is technical in nature. I was asked by the clerk, Brandon Metzler, to introduce it on his behalf. Currently, our rules state that all amendments that are 10 pages or less are printed in their entirety in the Daily Journal. For amendments longer than 10 pages, our current rules state that the introduction of the amendment will be noted in the Daily Journal with the information that the amendment will be on file in the bill room or the clerk's office. Software, which the clerk's office uses to prepare and print the journal, struggles to properly format bills and amendments containing tables when they're pulled into the journal. For example, many of the tax statutes include tables of rates, and tables can be found in many criminal penalty statutes as well. This proposal would require the clerk to continue to print in the Daily Journal amendments that are 10 pages or less if they do not include any tables. For amendments over 10 pages or amendments of any size that include a table, the clerk will note in the Daily Journal the introduction of the amendment with the information that the amendment will be on file in the bill room or the clerk's office available. By adopting this rule change, it will provide that our rules reflect the current practice given our limitations in the software that we currently use. If there's technical questions on this, the clerk is in the room and he could enlighten us.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Are there any questions? Senator Arch, I may have one. When we received the rule changes from the senators, they sent them to us in an email and they were in Google Docs. And we went to transfer those over to Word and the transfer didn't work. We didn't get any of the highlighting or italics words that they had. Is that the similar issue that we have with this?
This, obviously, I don't think they're using Google Docs, but it's a limitation of software.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Senator Arch. All right. So we will ask for anybody who would like to, in support of Senator Archer's motion, to come forward and testify.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Brandon Metzler, for the record, Brandon Metzler, Clerk of the Legislature. Senator Speaker Arch is completely right. This was a request from our office. We currently have the problem where our journal software doesn't pull in tables. So when any of you members draft amendments that have tables in them, fiscal type bills or amendments, our journal software automatically pulls in what bill drafters drafts for you. Because of that hiccup, a lot of times we have staff that stay late hours that are going back after 5 o'clock, after we get off the floor, and they're actually having to correct some of those tables, the way they come in. And quite frankly, a lot of times we've just forgot the whole process and we're already doing this in some instances. So this is mostly a cleanup to make sure that what's in the rules is what we're doing. That's all I have.
Very good. Any questions? Senator Bostar.
Thank you, Chairman. This is only pertaining to amendments?
Correct. So bills, we don't really have a problem with. It's just when amendments get pulled into the journal, when you guys drop stuff on the floor, amendments almost entirely, those are what go into the journal in their entirety. I don't know that we have the same issue with bills. We can certainly check.
Is there okay. I'd be interested to know why bills seem to work okay, but amendments wouldn't.
Yeah, I was told specifically amendments because I think the thought is we have to print bills in the journal regardless, so those go into the journal automatically. I think the thought is we already have provisions that allow us to take out amendments that are more than 10 pages. So if we could also include as part of that, taking out amendments that have tables.
But if they're requiring all this extra work to do this for bills, then perhaps we should look at also software changes that might make this easier.
Yeah, complete package software. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other questions? Let me just state, I appreciate you putting this together. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other proponents? Is there anybody in opposition? Anybody neutral? Okay, we'll conclude on that rule. And before Senator Arch sits back down there, I was remiss in not introducing Kathy Brandt. Kathy Brandt is the second person from the end on the right. She's my able assistant that keeps me online and organizes all of my scheduling. So thank you, Kathy. Okay, Senator Arch.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Again, for the record, my name is John Arch, John-Arch. I represent the 14th Legislative District in Sarpy County. My second proposed rule change would do two things. First, the change proposed in Rule 6, Section 5A prohibits members from amending enrollment and review amendments, and also the motion to approve or reject enrollment and review amendments. ENR amendments are restricted to making technical changes to the bill in order to address errors or inconsistencies. I do have a substitution for my original proposal that has been handed out by the pages, I'm assuming. The wording in bold identifies the change from my original proposal. After the introduction of this proposed rule change, the reviser of statutes pointed out to me that often their office will draft the ENR amendment as a white copy amendment. In other words, the ENR amendment will include the text of the full bill and the technical changes recommended by the reviser's office. My substitution for this proposed rule change adds the specification that the restriction of not being able to amend the ENR amendment only applies to the initial adoption of the amendment to the bill. Once the amendment is adopted and the ENR amendment is the bill in its entirety, the body will be free to amend it. Amendments to amend the motion to adopt ENR amendments or amendments to the actual ENR amendment do not promote quality debate. I believe the tenets for well-working the legislature is a balance of efficiency, flow, and fairness. And I think we're going to be talking, we'll be dealing with some rule changes, not to prevent debate, but just to make sure that we've got some flow and efficiency in our debate. Extended debate should occur on substantive issues, not procedural maneuverings. Offering amendments to discuss the specifics of a bill which a member opposes will serve the same purpose of slowing down the passage of a bill as would an attempt to amend the ENR amendment. However, the offering of an amendment to the specifics of a bill leads to a more thoughtful and informed debate. The second change proposed in Section 5B of this proposed rule change would provide that amendments proposed by the introducer of the bill would be taken up on select file after the adoption of the ENR amendment and before amendments by other members. Currently, our rules provide that during the general file debate of a bill, the introducer's amendments are to be taken up after the standing committee amendment and any amendments to the standing committee amendment. That's Rule 6, Section 3B. Once the introducer's amendments are debated, the amendments are taken up in the order filed with the clerk. My proposed rule change extends this same general file courtesy for the introducer to the select file debate of a bill. And I would say this, because we've heard this on the floor quite a bit. Let's just vote this out of general file, and then I'll work on it between general and select. And what this does is it supports that effort to compromise. It supports the effort to work on it before select. And then those who have been working on it get a chance to introduce it. And then once it's introduced, then the debate begins. So that is the rationale behind this. And again, the clerk is here. I asked the clerk to be here to answer any technical questions on this, but that's the rationale in my mind.
Okay, thank you. Senator Bourne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the first half here, your substituted proposed rule change to, what if there is a problem with the ENR amendments? Because I've seen that actually happen where someone's like, oh, they've changed something, something weird or wonky happens in the ENR amendments. So does that mean that after you have to amend something the wrong way or whatever with the ENR amendments before you can fix it back to the way? Would that be what happens with this rule?
Could I ask? I'll ask the clerk to answer that question for you, because I think that's kind of the technical. I'm sure there's a way that can be done, because what we're talking about here with this ENR amendment, it takes all the amendments from what happened on general, rolls it in, plus there are those technical cleanup things. And you're talking about the technical cleanup things that you may not agree with, a word change here, that type of thing?
Or if somehow it changes something that they didn't intend for it to change, or there can be reasons why you actively object to an ENR change.
Right. I'm going to ask the clerk to come and address that, please.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the clerk still here? He's not.
Can you address this? Where, did the clerk leave the room?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Okay,
I apologize.
So we'll ask that question to get you the answer.
and oh, there's Brandon.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Brandon Metzler, clerk. I think I understand the question, but
Let me,
repetition of the question, please.
Restate your question.
so my question is the first half of this proposed rule change, we're looking at the substituted proposed change.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if you have an objection to an ENR amendment, you think actually that does change what I was trying to say, or it's technical in a way that I don't like the way this ended up, something like that. What is your recourse? Do you have to wait until sort of the ENR amendment changes your original text to a way you didn't like and then change it back again? Is that what this is saying?
Absolutely. I think the understanding would be that you have the opportunity to drop a floor amendment or draft an amendment if you have already seen the ENR amendments come down and you have an issue with the way that they're drafted. I don't know if that's an often occurrence where there's problems with the ENR to the degree that they change the meaning of the bill. But if that were to happen, you could amend it on the floor as typical. Other than you would be behind potentially a select file introducer.
So you would introduce the amendment to the ENR amendments after they'd already been adopted is what it looks like it's saying here.
Correct. You would just amend the bill itself. So we would adopt the ENR amendments. We'd have LB 100 in front of you. Now the body, instead of the motion where we would go to the ENR chair to move, Senator McKinney for a motion, we would then go to, Senator DeBoer has filed a motion or an amendment, and you would just clean up said bill with the amendment itself.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent to this rule? Anyone in opposition? Neutral? Okay, that'll complete our testimony on rule Senator John Archer's Second Amendment, now number 3, Rule 7, Section 6. Priority motions shall not be offered on the same day by the same member on the same day. Senator Archer.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Once again, for the record, my name is John Arch, John-Arch. I represent the 14th Legislative District in Sarpy County. My third proposed rule change is very simple. It's always bad when you start out saying simple because, it may not be. I would say, though, it's that same rationale. I mean, how can we encourage the flow? And so it's not a question of taking away the right to debate or the right to file motions. It's again, when can we do these things so that the flow can go smoother? So here, currently our rules prohibit the body from introducing a motion to postpone to a time certain, a motion to recommit, or a motion to indefinitely postpone on the same day at the same stage of debate if the body takes a vote on the motion. In essence, this provision will stay in effect with my proposed rule change. So in other words, if you file an IPP and a vote is taken, you can't reintroduce the IPP. That's what that means. I do make one technical change in subsection A of this proposed rule change. My proposal changes the word commit to recommit. I think technically that is correct. Speaking with the clerk, a motion to commit has always been interpreted as a motion to recommit, so it just changes that. The substantive change in this proposal is found in subsection B. I add language to prohibit these motions, a bracket to a time certain, a motion to recommit, a motion to IPP, from being offered again on the same date at the same stage of debate by the same member if there has not been a vote on a prior motion. So my proposed rule change 3 is directed at the current practice of members at times, occasionally, introducing one of these motions, allowing it to be debated for a time, then pulling the motion only to refile a new motion, same motion, thus circumventing the restriction for reintroduction because no vote had been taken. My proposed rule change would not limit the reintroduction of one of these motions by another member. It would only prohibit the same member from reintroducing another bracket, recommit, or IPP. So the practice of introducing, debating, withdrawing, and introducing the same motion on that would not be allowed by the same senator on the same day. Someone else could do it, and that's fine, but the repetition of that. So I believe this rule change would contribute to the balance of efficiency, flow, and fairness. It would also help promote better debate. Again, I believe extended debate should occur on substantive issues, not procedural maneuverings. Offering amendments to discuss the specifics of a bill which a member opposes will serve the same purpose of slowing down the passage of a bill as an attempt to extend debate through the repetitive introduction of procedural motions. By limiting this once on the same day, same stage of debate restriction to only the member who introduced the original bracket, recommit, or IPP motion, it's not going to eliminate the practice of using these motions to slow down debate, as it will still allow a different member to reintroduce one of these motions on the same day, same stage of debate. So I ask for the committee's adoption of this change for consideration by the full body.
Senator Moore.
Just real quick, does that mean that if I were to introduce a bracket motion that I then could not on the same bill introduce an IPP motion, or I just can't introduce two brackets?
I think, I believe, and we can have this discussion when we get into exec, but I believe that it is that specific motion.
So I could do a bracket and then a recommit and then an IPP, but not.
Yeah, and we
The
can
same.
clarify language if yeah.
Any other questions? So Senator Archer, I do have one. So Rule 7, Section 6 has no, only has one section. So you're adding B to that.
We add
that
B
rule.
to it, and then we change in A, we go to
Correct.
recommit.
All right, I got it. Any other questions? Thank you. Anyone wanting to testify as a proponent? Anybody in opposition? Anybody in neutral? Seeing none, that is a completion of Senator Archer's amendments. Next up will be Senator McDonald, followed by Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and members of the committee. My name is Mike McDonald, McDonnell. I represent Legislative District 5. Section 22, can we get this? Thank you. Section 22, opening prayer and pledge of allegiance. The clerk's office shall arrange for a prayer and pledge of allegiance at the beginning of each day of the legislative session. In addition to members of the body, a person who served in the active military, naval, airspace service, or those who are serving active or reserve duty in the military may be invited to lead the body in the Pledge of Allegiance. My grandfather served, my father served in World War II in the Navy. I had uncles that served in Korea and Vietnam. My son is currently serving in the Nebraska Air Guard, and his unit, the 155th Air Nebraska Guard, is going to be deployed to Qatar on January 19th, and I'm very proud of his service. I never served. Less than 1% of us serve and take care of the other 99%. And I believe any time that we can tell them thank you for their service and recognize them, similar to what we do with the prayer, where if an individual senator wants to say the prayer, that's wonderful. Or if they want to bring someone in, I think we would have that opportunity then to bring in someone from the military and again, thank them for their service. And also as the prayer, I think, helps us start the day off in the right mindset. I believe recognizing that person that we know that is serving in the military also helps us put things in perspective and help us focus on what's best for the citizens of Nebraska. I'll take any questions.
Senator Archer.
Thank you. Quick question. Do you see this as an invitation by a senator?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a general open, anybody can come in and do this, but it would be like we do with our prayer, opening prayer.
Exactly like we do with the opening prayer.
Thank you.
And the senator still would have the ability to say the pledge themselves if they do not want to invite someone.
Any other questions? I have one, Senator. So your change that you're dropping in here is just adding people who once served or in reserve. Is that what you're doing?
Served, yes, are serving, and the individual senator could invite them to take their place of saying the pledge.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Is Senator Hunt here? I'll reach, she's on the way.
Oh, proponents.
We're gonna do two of those together, and then we'll ask for opponents and proponents. Okay. We got two together on the list. We're gonna do these two. So while we're waiting for Senator Hunt, are there anybody that would like to support Senator McDonald's rule? Come forward.
That's what we just heard.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. State your name and spell it, please, and the
My
light
name
will
is
come on
Steve
when you do.
Steinkuhler. It's Steve. Steinkuhler is Steinkuehlar. I like to support Senator McDonald's proposal. I come from a military family. My dad, who is deceased, was a life officer in the United States Army. 101st Airborne, spent time in Vietnam, Korea, and I can't think of a better way to honor our soldiers or military. I think it was an outstanding proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Any other proponents?
Good afternoon. My name's George Boll, George Boll. And from what I was reading in this, it sounded like right now you guys don't open with the Pledge of Allegiance. You do. Okay, then I will just say then I support the amendment that
Okay.
you allow military people to also. And I'm glad to hear that you do.
We do.
that right now.
It's in our rules.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next person, next proponent.
My name is Michael Davis, Navy veteran. Currently make my home in Gretna, Nebraska. I've wondered for a long time how you as senators got the short or the long straw to get the opportunity to lead that Pledge of Allegiance. And I get to hear all of your voices on the mic at other times with the help of our media. But I think this is one of the best changes in the rules that I've read on this list so far. And so you'll be hearing my voice again on some other items. I've sat in hearings for legislative bills before, but generally I was just there for one bill that day, and then I got to go home and talk to my wife or take a nap. But thank you for your work, and I hope that this bill can be accepted and passed on, or rule. And I like the clarification that was made just a little bit ago on how that person would be chosen. In the past, I have called my senator and said to that person, I'm available. I've been chaplain of the day. And I love your prayers, but, and you certainly qualified to do it, and you do it well, Senator. I had to do my research to see where you learned all of that theology. But I will be contacting my senator, and you'll be seeing me at least twice. Well, actually 3 times. I'm also a proud member of AARP, and I give thanks to any and all of you who have worked with that organization over the years for all of us. Thank you for your work, and
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Any other proponents? Is there anyone in opposition? Opposition? If you're going to testify, try to move to the front. There's a couple of seats available up here in front. It speeds up the time. The rule reference number is section 1, Rule 1, section 22, Pledge Allegiance. Are you in the opposition category?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
My name is Jacob McCann, Jacob McCann. I oppose this rule change not for substance, but for structure. I would think it would be better to have the opening prayer as one section and then the Pledge of Allegiance as a separate section, just to help keep the separation of church and state. I think the prayer combined with Pledge of Allegiance blends that just a little bit much for my liking. So I would be opposed to this rule change unless it was structured differently.
Hang on, might be questions. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else? Neutral? Anybody in the neutral position? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on. We'll move on to Senator Hunt. Is Senator Hunt here? Join us, Senator Hunt, if you would. Sorry for the change in the agenda.
That's okay. I didn't get a copy of the agenda, so I'm a little turned around because it's different from what was on.
Yeah, it was. It was different. We got together with the clerk's office.
Is this one about the prayer?
Yes, yes, it is. This is Rule 1, Section 22, striking the opening prayer. Senator Hunt?
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Megan Hunt, Megan Hunt, and I represent District 8, which includes the northern part of Midtown Omaha. This rule change is a simple, straightforward change that eliminates the daily practice of an opening prayer at the beginning of each legislative session day. It's not appropriate to use the legislative chamber for a state religious exercise, especially one that favors one religion over another. People can certainly pray before we convene. There's nothing anyone could ever do to prevent that. But I'm just opposed to making it a part of the day's official proceedings endorsed by the state. This isn't a religious institution. The legislature is not a religious institution. And we represent people of all faiths and creeds, some of whom have never heard their faith represented in an opening prayer on the floor of the legislature. And so I think it's inappropriate that we have religious activities as part of our official agenda, because we're here to make policy on behalf of all of the people. And I would hate for some people to feel like there's a bias in this body, or that it's going to impact how policy decisions are handled. I also believe that government-sponsored prayer violates the Establishment Clause, and that the government should really remain neutral on matters of faith. You know, all of us are on our own faith journey. We all come from different faith backgrounds. You know, even Christians in this body, of course, come from different denominations and beliefs and things like that. But when government breaches this fundamental principle by promoting prayer as an official state-sanctioned activity, I think that this can pressure people to adopt the positions of the majority voice that's coming through in that religious activity. So for that reason, I think that we have a religious conflict when we have a state-sponsored opening prayer, and we should just take it off the agenda, and you can have your prayer before we convene in a different way without having it on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Senator Hunt? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody in support of striking the prayer? Please spell, state and spell your name, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Windrum, CarolWindrum. I live at 3735 North 39th Street in Omaha. For over 40 years, I have been and continue to be a clergy woman. The church is my life, it's my vocation, it's my context. I am here to totally support Senator Hunt in saying prayer has no place in this body. It's the separation of church and state. When we have prayer to open up a government activity, it's making a huge assumption. This body represents all Nebraskans. It represents me as a Christian, but it represents Buddhists and Hindus and atheists. And I think that's what makes our state such a wonderful place. We're a diverse country. So I guess what I might recommend because I really believe in silence and meditation and centering, is perhaps having a moment just of silence before you all deliberate and do your work. Again, my path is Christian, but I don't think prayer has any place in any of the state's functions. So I totally support Senator Hunt. I pray a lot. This is not the body to have a formalized institutional prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. With any questions? Thank you. Anyone else in support of striking the prayer? Please come forward. Again, as I said earlier, if you're going to testify, please come up and get one of the front seats. Please state and spell your name.
Hello, my name is Angie Phillips. It's Angie Phillips. I'm here for this role just representing myself. I am an atheist and I am a member of the secular community here in Nebraska. I also watch the legislature pretty religiously. And I really don't mind if the legislature or folks in the legislature went to prayer. I respect everybody's right to do whatever brings them strength and happiness and joy. I would prefer my tax money not to pay for it to be organized. So if that's something that wants to happen before session starts, that's fine. I don't mind. But once session starts, I would appreciate it if we could just get to business.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Any others that support striking the prayer? Are those in opposition of striking the prayer? Please come forward. Please state and spell your name.
William Feely. First name's the traditional spelling. Last name is F as in Frank, E-E-L-Y. I'm in opposition of striking the prayer. Start off with, for the number of years the legislature has been operating, I don't know that I've heard of any injuries caused by a prayer starting the meeting. Next, I'd like to start off with, what is truth? What is morality? A lot of us, whether we agree on the doctrinal nuts and bolts of it, a lot of us agree in a divine creator. To me, prayer keeps a person humble, keeps them thankful, provides a source of strength. As representatives of the citizens of your area, I think being devoted in prayer gives you a true sense of servanthood. For those that oppose it, I don't know that we're mandating that they recite the prayer that is being prayed. If they could just be polite, let the prayer happen. Again, no injuries have occurred. I think this is just one more example of us needing to stop the cancel culture. By eliminating the prayer, one could say that you're actually in support of another religion. That might be secular humanism, whatever you call it. But by eliminating the prayer, you're infringing on others' rights. So therefore, I oppose this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Freely. Any questions?
Oh, sorry.
Nice hat, by the way.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please state and spell your name if you would.
My name is Connie Reinke, and that's Reinke. And I just wanted to read you the establishment clause, which was mentioned. That amendment states that the Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. And I don't believe that saying a prayer at the beginning of the session establishes that. I also wanted to mention the U.S. Supreme Court has twice considered this issue and held that the legislative prayer is indeed constitutional. the practice of legislative prayer is so embedded in the history and practice of the country that it does not violate the separation of church and state. Right here in Nebraska was the case of Marsh versus Chambers, and a 6-3 decision. The legislative prayer was deemed constitutional, and legislative prayer has continuously coexisted with the constitutional guarantee of freedom of religion and the prohibition against the establishment of religion. Then again, in the town of Greece versus Galloway, again, it was determined that it doesn't affect the constitutionality. There was great critical scrutiny at the time, and the court agreed that the town's council in this practice fits with the tradition and practice of Congress and most legislatures. The court also held there was insufficient evidence to demonstrate that there was coercion.
Ms. Rinke, your red light is on, so wrap it up.
Okay. Based on these rulings, I oppose this and believe the strength in prayer is important.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Come on. Again, we're talking about Rule 1, Section 22, striking the prayer. These people are in opposition for those watching. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Johnson, and I live here in Lincoln, Nebraska. I would just like to read the Constitution of the state of Nebraska of 1875. The preamble states, Preamble, we the people, grateful to Almighty God for our freedom, do ordain and establish the following Declaration of Rights and frame of government as the Constitution of the state of Nebraska. So I would just like to ask Megan Hunt if she's read the preamble to the Constitution of the state of Nebraska, because this is this is before all of the articles, before the Bill of Rights. Then if you continue down and look at Article 1.4, under religious freedom, it does state that we should have the peaceful enjoyment of public worship. And God has provided the liberties that we enjoy. No man can take that away. So I am just grateful for the Constitution of the state of Nebraska, who cited God the Almighty in the preamble.
Thank you.
I strongly oppose removing prayer.
Thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Any questions?
My name is Stephanie, Stephanie, Johnson, Johnsson.
Thank you. Come on up.
Okay, I'll fill out another one. George Boll, George, capital Boll. And Stephanie stole a little bit of my thunder there with the preamble. I was going to point that out to you. But then we got an older document than that by about 100 years called the Declaration of Independence. And in that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, we also talk about inalienable rights in our Constitution, our Constitution also. But I want to just ask Senator, I've heard it was quoted that we have quite a diverse legislature, and I heard that there was 2 atheists that are in this legislature. So my question, and I'm not sure if Megan Hunt is one of those. I've heard rumors that she is, but that's not neither here nor there. My question to those 2 atheists would be this. If you're given these rights by our Creator, by our founding document, then, and you don't have a Creator, where do your unalienable rights come from? Now, my understanding is the progressive movement is based on that doctrine, that there is no Creator and that those inalienable rights actually come from the government. Now, it is very, very slippery slope you're on if you eliminate that opening prayer that acknowledges an almighty God and a creator. Now, many religions that I know of, Buddhist, many of the non-Christian religions acknowledge an almighty God and a creator. And I suggest that we keep that in there. And if you want to have one of them espouse the prayer, that is fine with me, as long as they believe there is a creator, almighty God, which I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Please state your name and spell it.
Diana, Diana Johnson, Johnson. If Americans/Nebraskans forget that the source of our nation's strength comes from our faith in God, then America will cease to be a great nation. Psalms 46:1, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Do we not need him in Nebraska? I strongly oppose striking the opening prayer.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Next person. Please state your name and spell it, please.
Jennifer Hicks, JenniferHicks.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's a little bit disingenuous that we sit here and even talk about rules as if those are things that we even live by in this country or in this state anymore. They're not. They're not. We have rules. What are rules? They're prescribed conduct that we're meant to follow, and we're not doing that. We have a constitution that the senators in this body reject. They don't follow it, and that's on both sides of the aisles. Corruption was rewarded today by a Republican governor when he appointed former Governor Ricketts to the Senate. You know what Governor Ricketts did? He used the authority of his office, the website of his governmental office, to post an accusation of guilt, a declaration of guilt, not even an accusation, but a declaration of guilt against a candidate. And that we have senators, I know you're pointing your finger at me, listen to me. We have senators, Republican senators in this unicameral who supported that. Where are the rebukes from people? It has to come from both sides of the aisle. If we need honesty, we need rebukes when the laws are not followed, when the rules are not followed, and they are not being followed. They're being rewarded. Corruption is being rewarded. It was rewarded this very day. So it is disingenuous that we sit here and talk about rules. And the reason we don't have rules is because we don't have accountability. We don't have accountability because we've rejected God. So you damn sure shouldn't get rid of the prayer.
Thank you. Any questions? Next person. Please state and spell your name, please.
Steveray. Well, speaker before me, the Nebraska Constitution clearly states that in the preamble, but it goes back a lot farther than that. Our founding fathers, Ben Franklin, insisted that there was prayer every day before every session when they were working on the Constitution of the United States. They felt it was very important to pray and ask for guidance for what they were trying to do to bring this nation forth. And I think it behooves the senators to hear prayer today to help guide them and try and make good decisions. And I don't think a lot of our founding fathers didn't claim to be Christians. They were just men, but they thought it was very important to them and the proceedings that they were doing to ask God for help. Thank you.
Any questions? Next testifier.
My name is Terry Jessen, Terry Jessen. I live in Oshkosh, Nebraska. When do a lot of people pray? They pray when times are challenging. 2023, after what this country's been through, times are challenging. In my personal life, I had major medical challenges, and I'm here today only due to the answer to prayer that other people prayed over my life. It wasn't me. I was in a coma for 3 weeks. And prayer is important. I can't believe that we even have this subject to discuss, but I think there's a 0 chance that this rule change will be adopted by this group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Justin, any questions? Thank you. Any others? Move quickly if you can.
If we can allow this testifier to go.
Michael, Michael, Davis, Davis. I'd add to that in the record, I sometimes use the abbreviation REV, Rev. I'm a retired United Methodist clergy person, as of today anyway, in good standing. They still send me my retirement check. I want Senator Hunt, if she's still in the room, to know that you are one of my favorite senators. And I listened to you and I hurt. And I hurt.
You need to speak into the microphone. So
Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Senator. I hurt when the bigger majority of all the pronouns that I've heard from previous testifiers against the prayer, it's been he and our forefathers. Perhaps one thing we need to do as a state is to pray that the Equal Rights Amendment for all people, not just men, not just men and women, not just, and you fill in the blank, because a lot of people are discriminated against. And in closing, I will be asking again to be Chaplain of the Day, and I understand, Senator Erdman, these rules do not change until the next biennium.
some of these rules will be in effect when we adopt them.
Okay, I'm learning. But if Chaplain of the Day is still an option and my state senator chooses to invite me, if any of you hear me say something that is hurtful, you let me know.
Your red light's on. Thank you. Okay, we'll make room for this one.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and spell it if you would.
Okay, Josephine Litwinowitz, JosephInLitwinowicz. And good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to say that, first of all, it is kind of funny that Rick has got appointed today, huh? I mean, and just to keep it light. And founding fathers were deists, by the way, a lot of them. It's interesting. I don't have to go there, but I mean, I'm all for prayer. I mean, I pray all the time. But I mean, to think that all these cultures around the world and, just, somebody, just from here, I'm starting to stammer, that we're right. I think they're all right. It'd be funny if God, I think, if had us all get together, it's funny. And so I can't imagine the prayer in school out west is, you can't, they're so entrenched oftentimes in just Christianity and basically the implied correct club that you just, the teachers out there just, I don't think can handle it. And I think that this forcing of Christianity, it's not American. I mean, the ideals, the biblical Jesus is American, because I think he's the one I aspire to, not necessarily the megachurch Jesus, or I call it Jeebus, and, the adherents of Jeeves, but that's just funny to me. But it's frustrating because I don't understand how we could endorse a state, because it's not just the prayer, it's everything that goes along with it, and that you're correct, and there's the other. This should make sense. And I'm very sensitive about this because the way things are going. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming.
Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Hello, Senators. My name is Penny Stevens, Stephen's, and I oppose removing prayer from our house. I have been down a really dark road in my life, and once I started praying to the Creator, to God Almighty, I was set on a path of truth and justice and fairness. And I believe we need to remain on that path that was created for our country so many years ago. So I thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please state your name and spell, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Daniel Burdorf. My last name is spelled Buhrdorf. And I would just like to state that I support, or I'm opposed to, I'm opposed to this amendment, this rule change. And I think that it's, and I support the legislature starting with prayer. And I think it's striking that this Senator Hunt made the point to say that there was nothing anyone could do to stop someone from praying in her testimony. And it would have been interesting, and I'd be interested to know if this senator would aspire to that, because I would respectfully offer that would have been a good question to put to the senator to try to understand the motivation for the rule change. But I think one of the reasons that I support the prayer as it exists now and oppose the changes is that I think that the senator's proposal would alienate a lot of ethnic and cultural minorities that closely hold prayer to be valuable. And there's a lot of immigrants that are coming to our state, a lot of people that are of different cultures that really endorse prayer and practice prayer daily. So I would ask you to consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I may make this statement. If you have heard someone testify similar to what you're going to testify, and that has already been mentioned, for the sake of time, I would ask that you not come forward and share the same thoughts that's already been shared. The committee has already gotten that information once. That would help to expedite things. We've been here an hour, and we're going to move through 5, and we have 55 bills or amendments to talk about. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed E.D. Kelly, Kelley, and I speak in opposition to this. Just a few comments on a recent widely reported on event, and then also on a personal event. If any of you have been paying attention, Monday night before last, we had a football player seriously injured in a football game, DeMar Hamlin. And I was pleasantly surprised and amazed to see the outpouring of care and support for this young athlete. ESPN, on one of their broadcasts, their broadcasters bowed their heads, closed their eyes, and said a prayer, and all those at the table also said amen at the end. On a personal note, a few years ago, I had to go to the hospital and have triple bypass surgery. I went through the surgery, came out of it, and several hours later, it was looking clear that I had to go back in. Had some serious problems. My wife had all of my family come in and say, talk to me before I went to surgery. I truly felt that they were saying goodbye to me. If you've ever had the notion that you are going to die, I had that. But I knew that I had friends and family on 3 different continents praying for me. And so as it has been of value to Damar Hamlin, so it has been to me. And I think it is of value for us to continue as we do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you so much. How many more do we have testify in favor of against removing the prayer? Okay, if your testimony is similar to what you've already heard, I would ask you to step down so we can get on with the thing, but if not, you come forward. I don't want to restrict anybody that's different. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. My name is Jeannie Greisen, Jeanne Greisen, and I'm here representing Nebraska's for Founders Values. And our name is about what we are about, is the Founders Values, which is based on prayer and religion. And our founders wouldn't have been here if they weren't praying and had God in their life. And the only comment I want to make is that until we decide and realize that man is fallen, and if we keep putting all of our faith in man, we're going to end up in the same situation that we are in right now, not only in the state of Nebraska, but across this country. So until we change that and put our faith in God and keeping prayer, nothing will change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person. Please state your name and spell it.
Wait for the line.
Go ahead.
Okay. First name Scott, Scott. Last name Grease, Griess. I'm testifying in opposition to this proposed rule change. The fool says in his heart that there is no God. These are the words of the psalmist as he testifies in the Holy Scriptures. God is the foundation of truth and reality, and without him there is no basis for the law itself. For there cannot be any objective right or wrong. This exercise that we call the legislature of the state of Nebraska is an exercise in the proper use of power in light of what is morally correct. We do not need less of God, but in fact, we need more of him in our lives, especially in the public square. To strike the opening prayer as is being proposed in this rule change is a fool's errand. The proponents of it will say something to the effect of, making laws is a secular activity, and this is something separate from religion, so we must do this. Well, this is in fact not true. All human beings are religious by nature, and this so-called secularism or atheism is just a manifestation or another worldview or religion cloaked in the garb of neutrality. This notion of neutrality is a farce. Others have referenced the founding documents, so I won't. But just to say, it was never the intention of the founders to exclude God from the activities that take place in this very building here. He is the basis of our rights as citizens, and without him, government and government's proper acknowledgement of him, we become subject to the whims of government who seek to supplant him and end up tyrannizing its citizens. A simple look at history teaches us this. This change is another step toward that end. Government must be accountable to somebody. So I stand opposed to this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else? Move up quickly, sir.
I am
Sit
so
down.
thankful
Sit right there, will you?
that I live in a country.
State and spell your name. You can fill that sheet out later.
My name is Steve Steinkuhler. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska.
You spell that?
Steinkuehler.
Thank you.
I'm so thankful I live in a country and a state where no matter who you are, I get to choose. I get to choose if I want to practice my religion. I get to choose if I want to go to church or not. Let's keep the prayer, Senator.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody in the neutral position? Come forward quickly. Please state and spell your name.
My name is Terry Halava, Terihlava.
Thank
And I had not intended on speaking to this rule, but after hearing everyone and thinking of past sessions, I don't object to prayer, but I do object if it turns out to basically be a hidden agenda or offensive to some people. And I am a Christian, but I don't object to things like God, a reference to God or Creator. But I do object when I listen to the legislature and I hear people, I don't know if you'd say flinging God as being on their side. They imply they are sure that God is on their side. And I don't think that's what the legislature is all about. I also remember Governor Ricketts establishing a day of prayer or speaking at the day of prayer, and was only represented by Roman Catholics, his religion. And the only speakers were those of nuns and people from his particular diocese. And that struck me wrong. That struck me as offensive and hidden agenda type of thing. And so I guess if you can pray and not pray in an established religion, that would be okay with me. Prayer to begin the legislature is not mandated. Many of our founders were not Christian. And
The red light's on there.
okay, so I guess that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Any other neutral testimony? Seeing none, we will complete the hearing on that rule.
I don't wait to close. Oh, I just want to say a couple things.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Erdman. First, I want to thank so many people for being here today and just remark about what an incredible thing it is to have this much transparency for government and this much engagement from our constituents in Nebraska. And I want to tell everybody who took the time to come here to please share your thoughts with these senators, because the reason we have these hearings like this in any committee is so that senators who aren't here can get a scope of what the feeling of the people are. And so I just certainly encourage all of you to keep sharing your views, and thank you for doing that. The second point I want to make is, in that Marsh v. Chambers Supreme Court decision, and the Chambers in that decision was Ernie Chambers, of course, if you don't know, they found that the prayer was okay in the legislature as long as it was a non-denominational prayer. All of us in this room know that that is never the case. That is never what happens. It's always explicitly, for one religion. And I also think that a lot of hay has been made about what this rule change actually does. Nothing about the rule says anything about the importance of religion or the impact that prayer can have on someone's life, or, how somebody's life has been changed by their own beliefs. It just says that making it an official state proceeding is not something we're going to do anymore. It doesn't say you can't pray before, after, during. I know many of us do pray before, after, and during, but it doesn't belong on the agenda. Nothing in this rule prevents you from being a person of faith and following whatever you want to do. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry I didn't give you an opportunity. Okay, so the next three will be Senator Day, Hunt, and Conrad. And the three provisions we're going to talk about is provisions for disabled testimony at hearings and allowing written testimony. Those are the subjects we're going to deal with. So Senator Day will open it, and she's going to speak about provisions for disabled testimony at hearings, and that is Rule 3, Section 14. Welcome, Senator Day.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Erdman and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Jen Day, that's Jenday, and I represent Legislative District 49 in Sarpy County. Excuse me. I know we have 57 rules to consider this afternoon, so I will try to keep this brief. Rule number 6 changes the committee section of the rules to create a line that no person shall be excluded from participating in public hearings based on disability. Currently, a similar statement appears on the legislature's website's ADA page, but does not appear within our formal rules. It's written in stone on our Capitol that the salvation of the state is the watchfulness of the citizen. Our unicameral legislature is built on principles that anyone can participate in our process. And as such, we have a special system in Nebraska where every bill receives a hearing and the general public is invited to make their voice heard. I introduced rule number 6 after hearing from disabled Nebraskans who sought this accommodation to be better able to lend their perspective as well. For many Nebraskans experiencing disabilities, it can be challenging to be physically present at our committee hearings. While I love our Capitol building, as all of us know, at times it can be challenging to navigate, especially for those with mobility issues. If we truly care about having a full discussion, we should make a small change that would emphasize our commitment to being a place where all Nebraskans can be heard. In fact, the very challenges that these Nebraskans face are what create a perspective that we might have not considered when bringing legislation and contribute to the richness of the debate that takes place within this building. So it's my hope that we can evaluate this rule beyond the paradigm of accessibility. On a technical level, Rule 6 would not force the committees to adopt any specific method of accommodation, but rather it is a commitment that committees will make every reasonable effort to include those experiencing disabilities in the hearing process when a request is made. We designed the rule like this out of deference to committee chairs and staff. In my experience, the chairs, committee staff, and the legislature's IT support have been more than willing to help when our office has asked for assistance with specific testifiers. So this would merely formalize accommodation efforts that already happen on a case-by-case basis. Additionally, the flexibility in the wording is meant to reflect the legislature's varied capabilities from committee room to committee room. Put differently, what might work for some committees might not be doable for others. And this rule was designed to reflect this, but it is important that we formalize the commitment that we're making to ensure that every Nebraskan can have their voice heard. And I'm open for any questions.
Any questions? I have one, Senator Day.
Yes.
So in your inclusion here,
Yep.
it says measures shall be included as written and also virtual testimony.
Correct.
Are you saying that someone could send in a recording, or what do you mean by virtual?
Virtual would be like a Zoom type testimony. I don't know if we would allow for a recorded testimony. I don't know if that's ever happened.
So like a Zoom meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
That was
and
my-
I just know that sometimes it's difficult for IT to do that in more than one place at a time.
Right.
So that's why we're kind of leaving the flexibility open for what works best
Okay.
at the moment.
That was my question. What was the definition of virtual?
Okay. Yep.
Senator Bull.
Senator Day, would you mind if we workshopped it a little bit to be reasonable accommodation to match with the ADA?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Bull. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Senator Hunt, is Senator Hunt still here? No, we're gonna do this three. Is Senator Hunt still here? Okay, Senator Conrad, there's Senator Hunt right there. Join us, Senator Hunt, if you would. And Rule 3, Section 14 was your amendment. We've got these grouped together. They're similar subjects, and so we're going to do 3, Senator Day, you, and Senator Conrad.
Okay.
And then we'll have testimony from the public after that. So your rule is Section 3, the same section, same rule, same section, and
Okay.
yours has to deal with written testimony.
That's right.
Go ahead, state your name and
Thank
spell
you,
it.
Senator Erman. I'm Megan Hunt, MEGAN-HUNT, representing District 8. This rule change would allow us to adopt permanently an option for written testimony. This is something that we temporarily allowed during COVID when it was risky for a whole lot of people to come in and testify. And we saw during COVID that this method was doable, that we did it well, that there was no harm. So I think it's something that we should adopt permanently into the rules because it makes the second house's participation in this legislature much more accessible. And I think that's something we should make permanent. This is something that I know my office and other senators over the years have been hearing from citizens and advocates and all kinds of people who want to come down to the Capitol and be involved. And, this way, our committee hearing testimony and recording process, the way it's set up right now, it really privileges certain groups of people, people who live close to the Capitol, people who can take time off work during the day, people who can, in many cases, travel hours perhaps, come here to sit down and give a 2-minute testimony. But it matters so much to them that they're willing to do it. So this is something that will make this accessible to more people. I'm introducing a couple other rules that are of a similar nature, but I'll just close this up here. Thank you very much.
Any questions? I have one or two. Senator Hunt, our current method is we contact or send our email the day before to the committee. You understand?
Can you say that again? The current method is
We now have an opportunity, if you want to send in written testimony, you send your written testimony the day before in an email to the clerk or to the committee chair, and then it is recorded in record. That has been kind of cumbersome, and it's been kind of difficult for people to figure out how to do that. So what you're asking is if, like today, people would send in testimony, you would include that you would make that an exception from what we used to do now to make it so it'd be available on the record. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you would make that a part of the record. Let the written testimony be in the record, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Senator Boyd.
This is mirroring the written in lieu of in-person testimony that we did during COVID?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Hey, Senator Buster.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Hunt. Do you have any thoughts on if a rule like this were to be created, excluding individuals who are registered lobbyists from exercising this?
I don't think I would, and I'll tell you why. So, we already have registered lobbyists come in and have our attention all day long. So I don't think that I think it would be dumb to cut them out of one thing when they can do everything. I don't want to reduce anybody's access. I want to increase everybody else's access. I think there are lots of people who represent interests and constituencies that don't have a lobbyist down here in the Capitol. Things I agree with, things I disagree with, of course. And all of them need to have a voice as well. So I don't care what lobbyists do. That has nothing to do with the problem. The problem to me is that ordinary people don't have their voices as represented here. So this would be a way for them to, have more influence on what we do, because they're the people we should really be listening to at the end of the day, not somebody who earns a salary to talk to us.
So I guess the reason I say, and to be clear, I don't know, maybe it wasn't, I was saying that everyday people would have this ability, but lobbyists wouldn't. One of the things that we saw during the pandemic is there would be situations where it would be decided whether or not testimony would be submitted in writing or in person, even though the individual providing the testimony was available, based on whether or not how they felt about having to answer questions from the committee.
I see.
And I think there is certainly value in, especially people who are paid a salary to represent an interest, to sit before a committee and answer questions. But yeah, you can absolutely disagree.
No, I don't disagree.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I would
Senator
just, I'm sorry, I would just echo that in that I would be concerned that during a question and answer session, for instance, as we're doing now, that they would not be available to answer any of those questions. And their comments can be put into the record and show that they brought forth their comments, but we wouldn't be able to do a question and answer with them. That would be my concern.
To just respond to that, as I said before, those folks are here all the time. All they want is for us to vote for the thing they want us to vote for. So there's time for question and answer. It wouldn't be on the record. But I also think it's a little bit embarrassing for the record to show their testimony and that it was submitted and that there was no question and answer and they never got to get grilled by the committee. If I was a client of a lobbyist, I would find that very embarrassing. So, maybe there's some market pressures, so to speak, that determine people's behavior. But yeah, those are all ideas that I think are worth considering.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Conrad. Very similar rule change, same section.
Yes, good
Same rule.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Erdman, members of the committee. My name is Danielle Conrad, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, Conrad, C-O-N-R-A-D. I'm here today representing the Fighting 46 Legislative District of North Lincoln, and appreciate the opportunity to weigh in with my colleague Senator Day and Senator Hunt in regards to making some updates and improvements in regards to how our committee records or committee statements might look for either disability accommodations or otherwise. So at the outset, let me just say how awesome it is to walk into this room and to see the level of care and consideration that Nebraskans have for their legislature, for our beloved unicameral nonpartisan legislature, to see this level of engagement on primarily an internal organizing matter is awesome and perhaps unprecedented and special. And so I want to give a huge shout out to everybody who made time out of busy schedules to be here today on really short notice to share their ideas, both pros and cons in regards to the different issues before us today. Additionally, I do want to point out, while that's the sunny side of the coin, perhaps the part that's a little bit cloudier is that I know that not all of this procedure is prescribed in our rules. In fact, I think there's maybe a sentence or two in regards to the Rules Committee itself. But and I know everybody's doing their best, Chairman, but I literally received an updated committee hearing schedule at 2:08 via email this afternoon for a hearing that started at 1:30. And I appreciate everybody's doing the best they can with a busy caseload before us, but I think that's a disservice to transparency and public engagement in general so that people can participate and plan accordingly. So I did just want to note that for the record as well. The final piece before I jump into the nuts and bolts of it is I want to make sure to connect the dots about why these internal pieces, these internal rules matter to everyday people. Not only do all Nebraskans cherish our unicameral legislature, but by ensuring that we have a thoughtful process in place, by ensuring that we have fair rules in place that honor our proud traditions and help us to conduct the people's business, we get better policy results. So this may seem very inside baseball, but it's actually inextricably interwoven to the results that Nebraskans are asking us to deliver for issues from agriculture to education to tax equity to criminal justice and everything in between. So I just wanted to make sure to put a fine point on that. So I brought forward this measure actually, and Senator Hunt touched upon this a little bit in her opening for a similar proposal. But I had the opportunity after I left the legislature to work with a coalition of different advocacy groups and the Coalition for a Strong Nebraska to try and figure out ways that we can increase citizen participation in our state policy making. And one of the projects that the Coalition for a Strong Nebraska identified, and they represent nonprofit organizations, human service providers all across the state, in talking to their members, was that other states had an engagement process available to let people's voice be heard that couldn't make it into the Capitol, either because of a work schedule or because of geography. And so looking at how some of our sister states handled that, there were processes available to provide for some sort of indication on the record or in the committee statement for people to engage and to share their point of view at the committee level, which of course is critical in the process. So, so knowing we have a state like Nebraska with a huge geographical difference and expanse, there was a lot of excitement and resonance from greater Nebraska to try and improve opportunities and avenues for participation so that people could have their opinion reflected in the record and or on the committee statement that maybe couldn't take off a day or two to travel in for a 2-minute hearing kind of thing. Or working families who couldn't get off work or couldn't find childcare, who didn't have transportation. So that's really the impetus for how some of these measures kind of came together. And we worked with prior rules committees and prior legislatures to try and provide some of those avenues and updates. And then as Senator Hunt said, kind of out of necessity during COVID, some of those ideas were adopted in kind of a temporary or preliminary form. So let's learn from those examples about the best ways that we can bring more voices into the process and think about what a benefit it is, particularly in the term limits dynamic and era, for new senators to have more information available to them when they're deciding how to cast their vote. So we usually look at that committee statement. Let's say you're not on the Ag Committee, and the Ag Committee is bringing forward an important measure. That's kind of our Cliff Notes. That's kind of our Cliff Notes version when we take a look at the committee statement to say, oh gosh, 4 people came in and they were all in support of it, so maybe not so many red flags. Or, oh gosh, that was a really controversial committee hearing, so I kind of want to get more information about it before we jump into floor debate. So by having that kind of additional levels of engagement available on the committee statement, not only does it honor our second house and bring in more voices, it helps us as policymakers have a better deliberative debate on the floor if we didn't have an opportunity to be in that jurisdictional committee when that bill was heard. So that's really kind of the big picture thinking around this Rules Committee proposal, and would be happy to work with the committee, Senator Hunt, Senator Day, and others on any technical aspects, and happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll open it to proponents for any one of those, either one of those 3 rule changes or amendments. Please come forward. If you're going to be next to testify, please come forward in the front row here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
If you would, please state your name and spell it, and then begin when you have done that.
Okay, first of all, before I do that, I am going to ask for reasonable accommodation under the ADA that the timer not be used because of my speech patterns. I cannot guarantee I'm going to stay within your limit. I will try, but
Okay.
no guarantees. Okay, my name is Kathy Hall, Kathy Hoeahall. And I'm a member of a grassroots disability organization called Adapt Nebraska. And I want to thank Senator Day for your submission of this rule change. And we are very appreciative of it. And the second thing I want to do is to thank the committee for providing such an excellent example of why people with disability need this change. We heard at this meeting on Monday, for people with disability, there is no transportation. That's why it's in the Olmsted. That's one of the goals of the Olmsted plan that is being developed. And when there is transportation, you have to have a week's notice to get a ride. So there were a number of people in our ADAPT chapter who wanted to be here, but couldn't because there was no way to get here. The Homestead Plan, their transportation goal, will have transportation across county lines maybe within 2 years. So if you're a person with a disability, you have to wait 2 years to cross the county line. So basically, you're stuck with wherever you live. And in addition, there with this COVID, there's flu, there's RSV, they're running rampant in the state and everywhere in the country. And people with disability, many of us are immune compromised. And basically, it could be a death sentence. But I mean, I hardly ever leave my house now. But I felt this was so important. And I did have to get down here. The reason we asked for this rule change is because a number of our group had requested a reasonable accommodation from the ADA person here at the legislature for virtual testimony, and it was denied. And we found that very frustrating. We feel that virtual testimony would actually be the ideal way because it allows for interaction. You have a question, you can ask it, and it can be answered. Email does not allow that at all. On your website and on this building, you talk about people making the second house, but you don't provide opportunities for people to be involved. According to statistics right now, 1 out of every 4 people has some kind of disability. So, I mean, and disability is an equal opportunity minority. We're the largest minority in the country, but we get the least recognition by our legislators, by other policymakers across the country. So basically, you're ignoring a large segment of the population. People with disabilities are very frustrated with decisions that are being made about our lives without being able to have input. A basic tenet of our community is nothing about us without. But Nebraska has failed to recognize as an active participatory citizens of the state. And many of us are taxpayers in addition, and we don't get any of the benefits for being citizens of the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate that. Next testifier, please. As soon as you're seated, state your name and spell it, and we'll proceed.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Gibson, RACHELGIBSON, and I am the Vice President of Action for the League of Women Voters. The League of Women Voters believes that democratic government depends on informed and active participation and requires governmental bodies to protect citizens' rights to know, and that's including giving adequate notice of proposed actions, holding open meetings, and making public records accessible. What has been handed out is we've gone through and looked at every single rule and taken a stance. The way we looked at this is how we think things would be most transparent, most effective, most efficient, and to the best benefit of the citizens of Nebraska. I will mercifully not be speaking on every single one. You've got that there. So we've got a few that we want to highlight, and this number 31 is one of those. So we do support the use of written testimonies. We really support any effort that allows citizens to participate, especially for individuals who may have extenuating circumstances or challenges. For example, work schedule, care responsibilities, access to transportation, simply geographic distance. So with that in mind, we definitely support the use of written testimonies, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your sheet. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Very good. Next person.
I might take a little bit longer too, because I like to think instead of, because I have cognitive issues. Oh yeah, here we go.
Can you state and spell your name again for us, please?
Good evening, or good afternoon. Yes, my name is Josephine Litwinowitz, JOSEPHINLITWINOWICZ, and I represent the Higher Power Church with the other bill too, with the other hearing rule change too. Definitely all what Kathy Howell said. I mean, I speak here all the time, and I know a lot of people that at least mobilely disabled. There's a lot of us out here, because I would get them going, and I know that they would participate. People in electric wheelchairs like me is what I'm specifically talking about, and it's imperative that there's a whole chunk of voice. DHHS, maybe we could have as many screens as a sports bar, because we need to give these voices a chance to be heard. And I would whoop up my building. I got 3 other electrics in my building, and I know they participate. And I just don't want it to be engulfed. I don't want the disabled and those who physically can't get here to be engulfed in some other broiling about including so many people or what this or that. It's important, at least the mobilely disabled, because I don't know how else to define it, that they be able to speak here. And because I might need to do it one day. And if not, because right now I'll blow through the berms. I'll come, I don't care what the weather is. I'll get in the street, and I've done it. But people can't do that. And so that's all. And it's just really important. I can't state it enough. And it took COVID to bring out what we need to do here. And it's clear. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier. Can you help her roll the chair around? Thank you for doing that. Please state and spell your name if you would and begin.
My name is Kathy Kay, Kathy-Kay, and thank you, Chairman Erdman and other committee members. We appreciate the time. I'm the CEO of the League of Human Dignity. It's an organization that helps support individuals who experience a disability to live as independently as possible. And I'm here to testify in support of the rule change to allow individuals who experience a disability to offer alternative format. I'm not going to repeat. I know that you have a very busy schedule today. Kathy Howe already said very succinctly how people who experience a disability have a lot of difficulty, whether it's physical limitations, barriers to getting into the building, having an immunocompromised system, or even just the lack of transportation. A huge problem of getting here. This rule change would allow a frequently underrepresented group to have more input into the legislative process and to more freely participate. And I think it's a very reasonable accommodation.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Any questions? Senator Hanson.
Sorry. Who'd you say you were with again?
The League of Human Dignity.
Okay. I was just curious where maybe a majority of disabled people might stay. Do they have the facilities required to maybe do virtual testimony? If it required a computer or webcam or something like that?
Would we have those?
Yeah, I didn't know if you were like involved in that aspect or not. Maybe a better question for somebody else. I was just kind of curious.
Well, we allow it at our agency. You know, we do a lot of Zoom and stuff, but we wouldn't have that actual equipment to be able to share. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, just kind of curious. Just get your opinion on it. That's all. So.
We'd be more than happy to work with you on that, though.
Yeah. Okay.
We're a nonprofit, and this is what we do to make anything more accessible and people be able to participate and have the same rights as everybody else.
Yep.
Just because you
Sometimes video
experience.
might be applicable, or even a telephone right now that we can do somehow just to kind of get their voice heard at least. So
Sure.
some just might be more accessible.
Any alternative format, I'm not picky how you do it, but I also agree that it's not only for people with disabilities. I know that because we have offices in Scottsbluff, and just for those staff who don't experience a disability to get to this part of the state is difficult. So I think this is a great win-win for all people to be able to participate more fully in their government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Appreciate it. Next testify, please. Thank you for
Hi,
coming.
my name is Taylor Sturba, Taylorsterba. I'm here on behalf of myself to support these changes. Like ever since I was 15, I've worked 2 jobs and was also a full-time student, so haven't had many hours in the day to be here and testify. But now I have a job where I get to do this kind of work. But that's not the case for many youth in Nebraska. I mean, if you look around, I'm one of the youngest people in this room by like 10 years. But yeah, we want to get involved, but our age and our occupation is very limiting in our ability to be here. Many senators and Nebraskans have asked why young people are leaving the state. And I think part of it is that we don't feel heard and these worthwhile changes are not being made to get a better state. And when we hold marches across the state, the majority of that population is in their 20s and under. So we want to participate and we have the passion and drive to do it, but we just have not had the ability to do so in a more direct capacity, especially with the legislature. So with the ability to have our opinions included in the committee record for public testimony and included in the count, we're moving in the right direction. And I think to answer that question that was posed to Megan Hunt earlier about how to contact for future questions and all of that, like we fill out a form that has our name and our email on it. And it's pretty easy to do one of those online. So if you ask for their consent to email them and ask questions, I'm sure people would be more than willing to. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Hello.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Guadalupe Esquivel, Guadalupe and I'm here to testify in support of Rule Change 6 to prevent individuals from being excluded from participation in public hearings by reason of disability. I'm here representing the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table. We are a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that works to support other nonprofit organizations across the state and empower underrepresented Nebraskans in the policy decisions that impact their lives. I am proud to serve on our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council, where we strive to ensure that a disability lens is present in all decision-making. The implementation of accessibility measures such as written and virtual testimony are a straightforward, common-sense approach for a legislature where the people truly are the second house. These are a benefit to every single Nebraskan. States like Montana, Idaho, and Maine already offer people the option to present remote testimony via Zoom and through other written communications as seen on their state legislatures' websites. This is also a common feature for many city council and court hearings and greatly increases participation in the process. In fact, the American Bar Association notes that Nebraska was a pioneer in introducing virtual testimony in our courts during the early stages of the pandemic, with resounding results. Although the aforementioned is about court proceedings, this is already a regular practice in so many arenas, including right here in Lincoln. This would ensure that Nebraska is up to date on best practices. The Nebraska table strongly urges the Rules Committee to adopt these measures. We commend Senator Day for bringing this forward and are eager to see this included in the upcoming session. The very layout of the Capitol building can be incredibly challenging to navigate for those with sensory, locomotor, or manipulatory disabilities, not to mention the exhaustion experience, potential for injury, and lack of transportation. As part of moving forward with this potential rule change, it is essential that specifics be drafted that lay out what exactly the accessibility measures will entail. I think we can all share the goal of ensuring that we don't merely accommodate people, but we adopt intentional, entrenched practices that freely allow all Nebraskans to make their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and spell it and begin when you have done that.
Hi, my name is Angie Phillips. It's ANGIEPHILIPS. I am one of the co-founders of a grassroots group called the Nebraska Legislative Study Group. One of the reasons that we organized was so that we could work to educate Nebraskans on the state legislative process and how they have a right and responsibility to participate as Nebraska's second house. So of course, I'm here today to testify in support of every single one of these and anything that opens up access for Nebraska's second house, which is all of us back behind me today. A couple of things that I did want to mention, it's already a challenging process for folks to participate. It's confusing, even just if we point out, and no blame, I know everyone's doing their best, but even if we just point in the work that is put into trying to educate Nebraska's second house on this process right here is very tiring and time consuming. I know that I have 3 different organizers that I work with. We're all putting in full-time hours for no money, just trying to organize so that people understand what's happening here right now. So of course, we just encourage all access to that. I would also like to make a point about the lobbyist and the written testimony. For me, as somebody that is not a lobbyist and spends time sitting here not getting paid to testify, I would really be okay with them turning that paperwork in at the beginning. And if you guys maybe could spend some more time asking questions to everyday Nebraskans that come in here to share their experiences and stories with you, I think that that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Next person, next testifier.
Good afternoon, Senator Erdman and members of the Rules Committee. I'm here representing Voices for Children in Nebraska. I'll condense what I had written down, so I don't want to repeat everyone, but we are in support of the rule proposal number 5 that Senator Day brought forward. We think that individuals who have different abilities should have access to public hearings and that would require them to either be virtual or require written testimony. So we are in support of that.
Thank you. Did you?
Sorry, yes. Anahi Salazar, ANAHISALAZAR.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for coming. State your name and spell it, please.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Erdman and members of the committee. My name is Meg Michaelajczyk, MEGMIKOLAJCZYK, and I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table. I'm here in support of Rule Change 31. Guadalupe already did a great job of telling you who we are. We're a membership organization, and we have 70 members across the state of Nebraska. Senator Erdman, this won't surprise you that we have members in Scottsbluff, and that's a pretty long way to go to get here to participate. And I'm always asking our members, we need your voices at the legislature. We need you to participate. It's a pretty hard ask when it's 800 miles round trip.
Thank you.
Gas is it's $3.12 as of this morning. The average gas mileage is 25.7 miles per gallon, so it's about $100 just in gas. That's not, but for everyone else, it's kind of expensive. As some other folks said, And that's volunteering their time to share their story. So it's a hard ask. We also have members out in South Sioux City, and we'd love to have them and their clients come and share, but a day's wages or 2 days' wages, that's 40% of a work week to come and share their story. That's a big ask. And finally, I've been one of these people. I am privileged to get to come do this and be paid to do it. I live down the street, so geography is not my issue. But I have little kids, and my daycare ends at 5:30. And last year, I had to bring an infant with me, and government committee got to meet Mick Bowen, and it was very charming, and it was very stressful. And so there are also times when even paid lobbyists might need to be able to submit some written testimony so they get on the record. So please
Thank you.
support this.
Any questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
My name is Penny Stevens, Stephens, and I will move through quickly. I am in total agreement for rule number 6. I think our disabled individuals of Nebraska need to have the ability to testify virtually or in written. I do oppose 7 and 8 for all individuals in Nebraska to be able to just, write in. I think what's set up right now for Nebraskans to submit their testimony the way it is just fine. I think that's great. I have concerns about basic spamming testimony. You know how we get spam in our email boxes. I have 20 years experience in computers. My husband's a computer programmer. There are bots and such that can produce spam emails. So if somebody buys the software, you just want to start hammering a bill, whatever, that's doable. So what are the checks and balances for written testimony? I ask that you wait on Rule 7 and 8 until there's more checks and balances in order for Nebraskans to put forth their testimonies. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Any other testifiers in support of those three motions? Please state your name and spell it.
Good afternoon, Chairman Erdman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brad, B-R-A-D, Meurrens, M-E-U-R-R-E-N-S, and I am the Public Policy Director at Disability Rights Nebraska. We are the designated protection and advocacy organization for persons with disabilities in Nebraska, and I'm here in strong support of the proposed change to Rule 6. People with disabilities in Nebraska comprise around 11% of our state's population, and there are Nebraskans with disabilities in every single county. That number is an undercount if we include people with functional needs that may not be considered disabling, but still significantly impact their mobility or other activities of daily living. These are our family, our friends, and our neighbors, our community, and they have the right to be heard like everyone else. If the motto of the unicameral, that is professing the importance of citizen watchfulness, i.e. participation, to the state's salvation, it is incumbent upon the unicameral to maximize a citizen's opportunity to provide that input. Increasing testimony options, including virtual and remote testimony, will allow broader participation by those who are unable to get to the state capitol to testify in person. Living with a disability is expensive, and often people with disabilities live at or below the poverty line. Transportations, like we said earlier, are extremely limited, and both in the metro areas and in the rural areas. Expenses associated with private travel, assuming your car can make it, make the public hearings cost prohibitive. COVID is still with us. We are currently in an elevated yellow, which means the spread is moderate, and people with disabilities are disproportionately susceptible to contracting and dying from COVID. Remote testimony would be a potential solution to many of these barriers for persons with disabilities. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Senator Brewer and Senator Day and others who allowed the hearing for LB 1104 last session to take live testimony over the phone. My impression was this alternative went smoothly and did not hold up the hearing. Thus, I firmly believe alternative testimony methods are possible, viable options. Other states are allowing for remote, as I've included in my handout here, and I think that Nebraska should examine those. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ehrman and members of the committee. My name is Spike Eicholt, S-P-I-K-E-E-I-C-K-H-O-L-T. I'm one of those paid registered lobbyists. I'm here for 3 organizations, and I hope it's okay if I just testify for all 3 at once. I suspect the chair would accommodate that.
That would be fine.
I'm here for the ACLU of Nebraska, Education Rights Council, and Nebraskans for Alternatives to the Death Penalty. I'm not going to repeat what was said before, but we do support all of these changes because what they do is they remove barriers for citizen participation, whether those barriers are disability, distance, or work schedule. I mean, right now, I think I'm going to admit it, the current predicament favors those people who show up, and that's disproportionately paid lobbyists, agencies, and people here in Lincoln. Senator Day suggested that some similar accommodation that we did during the pandemic and during the COVID pandemic be developed as well. I think that would make sense. I think what Senator Conrad said is accurate. It's accurate in the rotunda, I can tell you that much, that when a bill comes up you don't know about, the first thing you look at is the committee statement. Who was for, who was against, how was the vote? And I understand the concern that someone raised earlier about if we allow written testimony to be on the committee statement, we're going to encourage spammers. I would respectfully submit that you and your office know what is spam and what is organic. I think that could be easily discernible in some sort of rule accommodation. One other point, represented or non-represented organizations, sometimes you have an out-of-state expert who can't be here with a week's notice. You have somebody back in your district that has legitimate and contributory things to say about a bill. Some accommodation should be made to allow those people to testify and have that reflected accurately and completely on the record. And I'll answer any questions if the committee has any.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello. My name is Edison McDonald, EDI, excuse me, EDISON, MCDO, and ALD. I'm the executive director for the ARC of Nebraska. And I think the previous testimony has covered a lot of stuff today that's really important. I think a couple things that are important to keep in mind also. Number one, the Nebraska Legislature is a Title II entity under the ADA, and we do have a number of violations of the ADA, both explicit and some where it's a little fuzzier here within the legislature. This has been a conversation that I've had in this role with Speaker Scheer and with Speaker Hilgers, and especially within the HHS committee. We don't really have a great process for requesting accommodations as is required under the ADA. Earlier we heard Ms. Howell, who went and presented in a way that, asking for those explicit exceptions, which Senator Erdman, I thank you for honoring. Not every committee chair does that. I think we really need to work on standardizing this process and ensuring that we're finding ways to make this more accessible for everyone. I think if there are concerns, especially about the breadth of having everyone be able to provide virtual testimony, I'd recommend looking specifically at saying that it is a specific ADA accommodation and then providing a request process for that. As to Senator Bostar's comments about registered lobbyists, I'm perfectly okay coming in and talking more, but the one thing I would request is that if you do look at that, do provide me a way so that then I can go and bring my members' testimony who can't make it and submit it on their behalf, which is what I did a lot during COVID. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? I may have one. If you have to stay till midnight tonight, you get overtime?
No, I'm salaried.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Do we?
We don't get overtime either. Next testifier. Anybody else in support of those 3 rule changes? Anybody in opposition to those 3 rule changes? Seeing none, anyone in the neutral capacity? What? Opposition? Come on forward.
My name is Jeannie Greisen, Jeanne, Greisen. And I want to go in as opposition to this, not because I don't want these people to have a voice, only because I'm concerned that if you open that up, how are you going to stop all the bots and the fake accounts, and people can make fake people, they can make fake video. How are you going to control that? Because all of a sudden you could have a whole screen of fake accounts showing up on a screen if you're doing some type of virtual testimony. How are you going to control that? Because that's going to open up a whole can of worms that you won't be able to control. And so until you have looked at all those angles, I suggest you not change anything until you know exactly what that's going to do to your process. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, Senator Bostard, just a minute.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, ma'am. I just want to clarify, are you opposed to all three rules, proposed 6, 7, 8, or?
I'm only opposed to the one if you want to change it to like some type of video or something like that, because you can do written in testimony right now, that you can do that. And if people want to participate via a video, how are you going to control to know that you actually have a person? Are you going to have any safeguards in place, or how are you going to verify? Because people will go on the record then. And so if you get people going on the record, how are you going to prove that they're actually real people?
So I think in the proposed rule 6, that could also be for possibly video, but it would specifically be for individuals with a disability. Is that one that you would also object to, or?
For anyone, if you were going to do a video, how are you going to safeguard that process? That's
Thank
what
you.
I'm saying.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Please come forward. Again, as I said earlier, if you're going to testify, come to the front rows if you would, it expedites the process.
Stephanie Johnson, StephanieJohnson. And I'm also with Nebraskans for Founders Values. And I'm actually, sorry, I'm not in opposition. I'm actually neutral. And I am just sitting there listening to all of this, and I completely agree that people with disabilities should have every opportunity. But I strongly encourage you, before you make any rule changes, that you would have some sort of way to vet the people, as far as what is their disability. There are a lot of ways people could get around this. And just from previous experience with what I've seen when I've been in providing testimony at various places, there are a lot of people who are not honest and who want to take advantage of systems. And I worked with people with disabilities for 20 years, and that's my heart and my soul, children. But I would I'm neutral on this, because before any rule changes need to be made, you need to be sure that you have safeguards in place, you vet it, and you know that who you're talking to is who you're talking to, and that we just don't have massive amounts of people providing testimony, and because they have been organized in an organized manner. So thank you.
Any questions? Anyone else in the neutral? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is James Woody, JamesWoody. And just real briefly, in the neutral, not taking a position on this set of 3, but for the benefit of the committee and for the people watching on television, I would remind the committee a power that you guys have, a tool in your toolbox, is the interim study. We've got 55 proposed changes. We've had a limited amount of time to view those. And it occurs to me that if none of these are immediate things that we must do now because we're in crisis, it might be best to take a breath. And when things are not all hectic from bill introductions, when we're in between the sessions, to study what exactly the problems are that we want to solve and what solutions are possible. I would mention that there's precedence for this. I know that we have done interim studies on proposed rule changes before, and would just offer that maybe that would be a good idea for us to do now.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Brandon Metzler, BRANDON, METZLER, Clerk of the Legislature. I just want to clarify a few things from a neutral perspective, just give you some background information. I think with Speaker Archer's permission and the permission of his office, we are working on something that looks like an ADA accommodation in a written capacity. There are ongoing discussions on what that looks like and future presentations to be had, but I do want to say, I think the concept itself, we don't have an issue with. It's just this form in the sense of if you make a rule change, senators, it takes immediate effect. And I'm telling you now that we don't have the ability to do this on a large scale, both from a record keeping perspective with my office and the transcripts, as well as our broadcasting ability. You heard about the Supreme Court of Nebraska. They were able to do this. Other states are able to do this. I will submit to you that other states don't have the amount of committee hearings and the amount of time spent in committee that we do necessarily. And the Supreme Court operates in a single courtroom. So the difference is you are running 5 committees, all of which you need the audio of the committee to go out to NPM. NPM has to bring it back into the committee and it has to be broadcast across the state. So there are a lot of moving pieces, a lot of factors in play. Individuals' devices, we don't have any, bandwidth, what they're working on. So from a record keeping perspective, if somebody drops the call halfway through or the Zoom, we have problems there. So just want to let you know, we're looking on options, working with the Speaker's office. We continue to, but there are some logistical hurdles to get through if this is something the committee's interested in.
I appreciate that information. Any questions? Yes, Senator Moore.
Thank you. This is actually regarding the video testimony, the video testimony. Do we have a way of securing that in some sort of manner right now, or would there be a way to look into securing a video so that you could make sure that whoever came had signed the same way anyone who comes in here could be anyone and say they were someone else?
We could look at ways to authenticate who's behind the camera. We'd have to explore that in some greater capacity. I submit to you that it's probably something that the exec board or the speaker in unison with the exec board or a committee could investigate. But yeah, at this time, I think there are avenues out there. I think we've explored some of those, but there's nothing definitive for you, Senator.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the former practice of written testimony in lieu of in-person testimony?
Sure.
Was that required that there be like a printed out copy handed in? As I recall, the clerks would stand in the hallway in the morning and people would come out and hand in their physical copy. Was there any way to electronically deliver those sorts of in-person testimonies in the past?
There was not. This was at the time of COVID, so we were running all-day hearings. And so it had to be submitted at 8 o'clock in person outside the committee room, physically walked in prior to the hearing, in lieu of having, the thought was that person was there, they were in front of the committee, they would have testified if not for the conflict with COVID. So they presented it in a physical capacity at the hearing room itself.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for answering the question. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Okay, any other neutral on those 3? All right, we shall move on to the next one. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Thank you, members of the Rules Committee. I just wanted to provide a few comments in closing responsive to some of the questions and concerns that were brought forward by committee members and citizen testifiers here today. So in regards to Senator Boastar's exchange, in regards to maybe we have a bifurcated process for registered lobbyists versus Nebraska citizens who are not registered lobbyists coming in, I understand and appreciate how fun it is to dunk on lobbyists for a lot of good reasons. But I do want to remind members of this committee and the public writ large, under the First Amendment and Nebraska's corresponding First Amendment in our state constitution, we have a right to organize, we have a right to associate, and we have a constitutional protected right to petition our government for change. And so anytime we start to think about those kinds of rules and regulations that might hit the ability of citizens to organize, associate, and petition their government, we have to be really careful of First Amendment implications and remember that political speech itself receives the highest protection. So of course, we're thinking perhaps about the context of a hired gun lobbyist that comes in on behalf of a big corporation, right? But look at the list of registered lobbyists. Look at some of the folks that are here today. Lobbyists come in all different kinds of shapes and sizes, right? There's nonprofit organizations. There's more grassroots organizations that band together to share their points of view. So I want us to think really carefully about that before we would proceed in that regard. Senator Ibach, I really appreciated your questions about kind of testing out the testimony, so to speak, through Q&A, and how important that can be to gleaning a better understanding and ensuring veracity. And a couple of points that I want to note. The testimony that's provided to us is not under oath, number one. Number two, it's not a criminal context, so there's no Sixth Amendment kind of confrontation clause kind of issue that would come into play. And as you'll find out as you go deeper and deeper into hearings, and many of our returning senators know this, there's quite a few testifiers that come forward that there's not a single question asked to. So it's sometimes for efficiency purposes, sometimes they cover all the ground they might need to cover, and the senators might not have a questions, but having a more robust exchange, I think, is becoming rarer and rarer than just kind of stated testimony. I think it's a good thing to have debate, but just wanted to kind of point that out from a practical concern. The other thing that I would draw the committee's attention to in the temporary rules, which we unanimously adopted together under Senator Erdman's motion and that have been in place for the most part for some time, we already allow alternative forms of testimony. Look no further than the redistricting committee, which requires that we hold additional hearings to different congressional districts and allows for the utilization of telephonic or video conferencing testimony. And look no further than the discretion afforded to committee chairs to have telephonic hearings. I've seen this come into play in many instances for gubernatorial appointees, for example, who maybe can't make the trip in for their confirmation hearing. So we already utilize alternative forms of testimony, and we have utilized additional forms of alternative forms of testimony during the COVID period. So we shouldn't continue to kick this can down the road. We all agree that engagement is a good thing. We need to figure out how to embrace technologies to ensure more voices are a part of the process. And like I said, these questions emanated pre-COVID, and everybody agrees. We're aligned on the goal. We can't quite figure out the solution. Let's take it upon ourselves to figure out the solution. And it may be not all in one bite, but we can take a few baby steps together to get a better reflection in the record, to get a better reflection for disability rights accommodations, to get a better reflection on the committee statement about people who want to weigh in. So with that, happy to answer questions, but just wanted to lift up a couple of points for the committee's consideration in that regard.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, we're all ready to Rule 9. At this rate, we'll be here till 3 a.m. No. Senator Hunt, join us.
Thank you again, Senator Erdman. My name is Megan Hunt, MEGANHUNT, and I represent District 8 in the legislature. This rule change would provide procedures and allow us to vote remotely in an emergency situation. During COVID, we were unable to conduct the people's business for them, and that caused a lot of problems and wasted a lot of time and taxpayer money. Lots of states ended up passing various policies, rule changes, temporary and permanent solutions that allowed voting to happen remotely during emergencies in the wake of COVID. This was something that Senator Crawford, when she was rules chair, did some extensive research into, and my office inherited some of her files on this. So for the sake of time, I won't go too deep into what can be done, but there were conversations with clerks and tech staff in many other states, including Utah, Minnesota, and Kentucky, about how they were able to do remote voting. And it sounds like something that's really feasible for us to do, though it might take a little adjustment period. And I'm really glad that we're back to our regular business now, but we never know when something like COVID-19 will happen again in the future. None of us were prepared for it, and whatever happens next, we may not be prepared for either. And I think that we will thank ourselves if we have some policies in place to guide us and give us a roadmap for implementation in case there's ever another pandemic or another emergency of that kind of scope. So it's not too late for us now or too early to put rules in place for the next time we might need them for something like this. And if this is something that the committee is interested in advancing, I can have my staff put together some examples from other states of of the language that has been used, some of the procedural things that they've done, and the specifics we can consider. But for now, I just wanted to give the committee the opportunity to consider the general concept. The rule that I'm proposing, there's 4 little sections. It basically gives most of the power to the clerk's office to figure out the video conferencing method and things like that. And it also says that members participating in distance voting may only participate in a vote taken on items on final reading and votes on any item conducted while the legislature is under a call of the House. So members participating in distance voting shall not be able to participate in debate, offer amendments or motions, or conduct other business that typically requires physical presence in the chamber. So the whole point is that if we ever have some kind of emergency again, I don't really foresee this necessarily being a regular thing. It's not just like I have a lot to do at home, so I'm staying in Omaha today and I'm voting remotely. But if there's ever a need, this way we at least have a procedure in place to allow the vote to happen, not necessarily the debate, not the procedural shenanigans or motions or anything like that, but a final vote can then be taken. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate the definitions. Any questions? Senator Hanson.
I'm pretty sure I'm reading it right, but the executive board by majority vote have to implement the emergency procedures in order for this rule to take effect, right?
That's the way I drafted it. You know, I would be open to if there's a better way, but it would be under the guidance of the clerk of the legislature to provide the technology and create the
I think
guidance.
that makes sense when you put that in there. So then,
Mhm.
you know, there's a board at least saying, okay, now it's time for distance. So
Yes.
that would prevent, I would think, some of what you were talking about. My kids are, I
Yes.
have kids at home, and I vote from home, you know, whatever. So
Exactly. The intention isn't to have people staying home. The intention is, heaven forbid, something happens, at least we're not screwed next time.
Thank you. Senator Hunt, when you have to have a provision for somebody to call the kill shot, if someone called in and had an excuse, we'd have to verify they actually do have a reason, wouldn't they? I mean,
Maybe, I mean, that would probably be up to the executive board to define. But in the case of a pandemic or an emergency, I think it would probably in context be kind of understood. I think it would be hard to abuse this the way it's written, but maybe, so yeah.
Senator Moore.
Did you have envisioned, I'm thinking here, like when we had all the flooding and
Mhm.
there was not a way for Senator Walls to get out of Fremont.
Mhm.
So would that be the kind of circumstance you're thinking of where?
I think if there's a natural disaster and it's physically impossible for a member to be here, that would rise to the, you know, the standard, and that would make sense, but it would be up to the executive board.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Are those in support of Senator Hunt's rule change? All those in for the change? Any proponents? Any in opposition to the rule change? How about neutral? Which position are you, ma'am?
I'm opposed
Okay,
for distant voting, correct?
you're in opposition, yep.
Yes, so my name is Jeannie Greisen again, and I'm opposed for reasons that we want everybody to have access and free government and have a say. And so if we don't have our legislators here in their office and they're voting remotely, how are the constituents supposed to come to the Capitol, to their capital, to be involved in legislature if their senators aren't even here? So that, I think, is something we need to consider. And it's time that we actually get down to business and actually do our work. And as a mother of 4 kids, I tell my kids, you know what, if you have a job, go to work. And so this is your guys' job. It's the legislature's job. That's what we vote people into office for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hey, we have a question.
Question.
Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering, would you continue to have opposition like in the circumstance where someone was in a natural disaster where they weren't able to leave their area? This happened in the past where their area was completely flooded around. I mean, short of taking a rowboat across the floodwaters, they wouldn't have been able to get here. So would it be still your opposition to developing a procedure in those extreme circumstances?
So if we were in a natural disaster and you had no way to get on a boat, you're probably not going to be doing legislation at that point, right?
So the idea was that she was fine at home, but I'm just wondering if if you would oppose developing a emergency system in case someone really was at the discretion of the executive board unable to attend.
Yes, but then again, then you need to have all kinds of policies
Sure,
in place. Like, how are you going
absolutely.
to vet that person? How are you going to make sure that they're voting, that that person is there? Are you going to have things set in place? Like if you were taking a board exam, that you have to have your whole room cleaned, that it's going to be monitoring you on a system, something like that, that you can actually verify who that person is. There's no one else in the room. They're not being influenced. You have to have all those in place before you could ever set something like that up.
Okay, I think I understand your position. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other neutral testimony? You're opposed? Okay. All right. From now on, if I state opposed, please move forward so we don't get these confused. Okay, you're opposed. Go ahead, state your name.
My name's Calvin Pemberton, Calvin Pemberton. And I'm strongly opposed to this rule change. I think that it does leave the ability for that to be abused at some point. When we hire you senators to come to work for us, we expect you to be at work. And I hate to say that the possibility could be abused, but we all know that it can be. We can look at our national level. We can look at Washington, D.C. and the abuse of an emergency reason. And, we're still in that emergency, supposedly. So I'm very strongly opposed. I think when you come to work for the people, that there really should be no reason not to come to work for the people.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you so much. Neutral? Any more neutral?
Okay, Stephanie Johnson, and yes, I am neutral on this because I do think that the only way that somebody should not be here is if the building is shut down because we're on lockdown again. Because then nobody can be here. Any other way, even if it's a natural disaster, would be subjective to the person calling it a natural disaster. And so that's my opinion. And I would say otherwise you're opening up the floodgate to a lot of subjective disasters and a lot of subjective personal emergencies that you're not going to be able to get enough rules in there to define them all. But if we are in lockdown, it affects everybody the same. There's no subjectivity in that.
Thank you. Okay, one last call. Any more neutral? All right, we'll move on. Senator Kauth. Perfect timing, Senator Kauth. Please come forward.
All right, so get a closer shot.
We'll move on. We're not doing anything. No, I'm not closing. That's another 15-minute presentation. We'll talk about. Please state your name and spell it, and then begin.
My name is Kathleen Kauth, Kathleen. Last name is Kauth. And I would like to move that we change the present not voting rule. I'd like it to read, the cloture motion shall be deemed successful when passed by 2/3 of those present and voting. And I say that because I'm a new senator, and from the outside watching some of these hearings and some of the votes, it's always very frustrating to see people who say present, not voting. They're there, but they're choosing not to do their job. Now that I'm on the inside, I've seen it used as a tool, but I do believe that using it as a tool should come at a cost. And so by saying only those who are present and voting are able to be counted in the 2/3 motion, we assign a cost to using that tool.
Okay, so this, what we were just handed is your amendment to the rule opposed to what you first originally said?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that amendment. So, are there any questions?
So you're not offering the other one?
No, this is an amendment because again, it is rather than getting rid of present not voting completely, because it is used as a tactic and a tool, this just essentially assigns a cost to using that tactic.
But just on cloture motion?
But just on the cloture motion.
So then, an example, let me ask this. So, let's say we have 49 people we do have 49. 10 of those people are present not voting, so that would leave 39 that voted.
Correct.
If they did vote, then you would have 2/3 of that 39 would be the cloture rule, which would be 26.
Correct.
Right?
So
would the same apply if 10 people had checked out?
No. Just if they are there, they're present, but they're choosing not to vote.
So what if 10 people checked out and the same number is 39? And your rule says the cloture motion shall be deemed successful when passed by 2/3 of those present.
And voting,
So
correct.
those checked out people would be removed, so the 39 would still apply if 10 of them had
The
checked out.
39 would still apply.
Okay, thank you. Senator Moore.
So, a concern that I would have would be that if I were, say, talking to someone else, somewhere else in the building, I'm checked in, I'm unable to come down to vote because I don't realize that we've gotten to a vote, then I technically am present, not voting because I am
You're in the building
I'm
and checked
not
in.
present, but I'm present.
So, and
So
that
how-
begs the question, do we do the call of the House every time we have a vote?
That would make us, that would sort of require us to do a cloture motion
Right.
every time we have, or a call of the House every time we have.
Every time we have a
motion.
closure, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so.
Again, so that we are actually doing the job that we have been sent here to do.
But just for the sake of conversation, I would believe I've never voted on a cloture motion where there was not a call of the House. It has always been associated.
Probably, yeah.
So I think that's pretty
A
common.
moot point.
Any other questions? Pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All those in support of Senator Cal's motion, please come forward. Supporters, proponents. Welcome back.
Yes, William Feely, same spelling, traditional spelling of William, last name F as in Frank, E-E-L-Y. Kind of threw a wrinkle in it when she amended it, but I'm still in support of if not eliminating it, making some penalties to it. I can't tell you how this frustrates myself and many Nebraskans when we see that present not voting, and I know there's various reasons for it. But to me, it boils down to a matter of transparency. Either you're for it or against it. You, as senators, have a responsibility to study and know what you're voting for. And in my opinion, if it comes down to a situation where you don't know the material, then you vote no. And that's your reason for voting no, because you haven't had enough time to study it. And that would lead into a different situation of maybe there needs to be some sort of stipulation to allow you time to study it if it was a last minute motion. And I also look at it as part of the gamesmanship that needs to be eliminated. Just let your ayes be ayes and your nays be nays. Take a stand, vote one way or the other. Anything else is dereliction of duty, in my opinion. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Any other proponents? Don't be bashful. We don't bite, I don't think. Please state your name and spell it.
Good afternoon. My name is Ward Greisen, W-A-R-D-G-R-E-I-S-E-N, and I am a proponent of this. Again, the amendment there kind of changes it a little bit, but I do think it's very important that everybody votes. And the president not voting has always been a frustration for me as well, similar to what was just said. We elect you all as senators for a job to do, and we expect that you do that job, understand the bills that are on the floor, understand positions on it, and be prepared to vote for them. And again, if not enough time is given, then we need to make enough time for that to happen. But again, as a citizen, I expect my senator to vote, and I want to know how that senator votes as well. I mean, that's important to me, but I'm definitely for this. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any question? Seeing none, thanks. Next person, please.
So my name is Stephanie Johnson, and I do support this rules change, but it is my understanding that it would not eliminate present not voting.
It does not.
It does not eliminate it. Okay. Well, with that being said, I do agree that everybody should have a yes or no vote. But if it wouldn't eliminate it, I do agree with what it does then, as far as what this rules change would actually do is give more weight to the people who actually do take a stand, you senators who do say yes or no to a bill, that it would reduce the votes needed down to actually the people that are taking a vote. And the people that are doing present not voting, okay, fine, you're not willing to take a stand right now, then we're not really going to count that. It doesn't count. It's going to count the people's vote, you senators that take a stand. So I am in absolute support of this, because if you're present not voting, then it just should do what that does, is not have an impact. Then you're purposefully not wanting to make an impact. It really, if you're voting present, not voting, then you are making an impact we are making an impact by letting it count. And you're going to sway the vote to pass one way or another. So I am in absolute support of this, to give more weight to you senators who do the work of the people by taking a stand on a bill, which we appreciate, by voting yes or no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Were there any questions? Okay, next testifier.
Calvin Pemberton, CalvinPemberton, and I'm very much in support of this rule change. I actually am one of the many people in this room that believe it probably doesn't go far enough, that we would really love to see a decision made one way or the other. That's kind of what we hire you guys for, and that's your representative duty, is to educate yourself on the situation and make a decision. And so I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said, but I didn't want, my testimony to go unheard, because there are so many of us in this room that don't think this went far enough, to be honest. So thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else?
Maybe I could just pick another seat and stay up here permanently. Jeannie Greisen again, and I am for this bill, and consensus with the others. I don't think it goes far enough. Again, I'm going to use my kids as an example. It's their job to know what's going on when they have schoolwork or whatever. It's the same thing with senators. If something gets changed, it's your job to know. And I'm going to use this. I'm not even going to tell you where it comes from, but you're either hot or cold. There's no being lukewarm anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate that. Anyone else? Please state your name and spell it if you would, sir.
Yep. Stephen Jessen, StevenJessen. And I am in agreement with this. I agree with the present not voting is, it should be eliminated, period. I think you guys are here to make a vote. However, that being said, after listening to the testimony by the other, if it does not affect a major vote, especially the president not voting either, they got to be in or out. And if they're not participating, I agree with that point that it's you reduce the number of votes needed to pass. So that's all I have to say.
Any questions? Nice hat. Anyone else in support? Would there possibly be anybody in opposition? Please come forward. Anybody neutral? Come on down, sir.
I'm still Michael, Michael Davis, Davis. And I'm certainly neutral because I don't quite understand what you're talking about. But I do have a question that if I had a vote up there, I'd want clarified. What if the senator feels that he or she has a conflict of interest?
Conflict of interest, when you have a conflict of interest, president not voting is what you do.
So then present not voting would still be an option.
It could.
It could. But
The hearing is not designed for you and me to have a dialogue. You ask me questions.
Okay.
It's designed for you to make statements, but I thought I'd answer that so we can.
I appreciate that. And I would ask that you continue to think about what that means, because what I thought I heard some of the second house say is that I'm not going to pray in here, but they thought that every time there was a vote, if you were on that floor, you should vote yes or no.
Okay, thank you. Any other neutrals? Okay, All right, next rule, we'll move on to Rule 11 on your agenda, and that is Senator Hunt, and that is Rule 2, Section 12. It's a new section describing how seating shall be selected on the floor of the legislature. I'm sure the clerk will be interested in this rule change.
So, thank you. Megan Hunt, MEGAN HUNT. All this bill does, or all this rule does, is codifies the norm that we already have of the way we select seats on the floor by seniority. Thank you.
And so how would you like to see it?
I'd like it to stay the way it is. I'd like it to stay the way it is, where we basically get preference by seniority and then the clerk's office works it out. All this rule does is codify what we already do.
Okay, so currently, if I can follow up on another question, so currently, that decision is basically left up to the clerk. And you're saying we should leave it with the clerk rather than making a rule that seniority or whatever applies to the seating? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's just codifying what the clerk's office already does, where they send out the seating request form and we all check the box next to what we want and see what we
Okay.
get.
Okay. Is that it on that one?
That's it.
You have another one coming up? We have a question here.
Yeah, I think we have several questions. You can go first, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you're recognized.
What do you think the definition of seniority should be?
I think it is number of years you have served in the legislature. So in my opinion, if you come back after 8 years, for example, you do have seniority.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Senator Hans.
That's an opinion.
He took my question.
He did?
Oh.
That's too bad.
Sorry.
That's too bad. I appreciate what you're saying and I understand it and that's good. So
Sometimes we see a rule suggestion that's codifying something we already do, and that's all this is.
I think the clerk would probably like what you did. That's just my thought. So, okay, we'll see if we have any proponents, and then we'll ask you to come back. Well, wait a minute. Let's do 12 while you're there, Senator Hunt. Let's do 12. Step up and do 12. Do 12 as well.
Okay.
You don't need to state your name. You already did it.
What's that?
You don't need to restate your name. Just tell us
Okay.
about number 12. You want to assign
Sure.
offices. How do you want to do that?
So Rule 12 is the same thing as the one before. It just codifies what we already do. The way that we select offices, they're just assigned by seniority, so it's the same deal pretty much. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this codifies the norm. The arguments for these two are the same. These changes would just codify into rules what's already our established practice and what all of us already pretty much go along with as fair procedure. And putting these into rules instead of leaving them open to interpretation for future bodies protects partisan picking and choosing. It protects people from giving privileges to their friends. And it just codifies something we already do. So it's not really changing anything in practice for us at all.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Speaker, any questions? No? Okay. All right, and the clerk can't ask questions. So, Senator Hunt, we currently do exactly as you described it here.
I tried to put exactly what we do.
And just for the sake of conversation on that lottery pick thing, in 4 years, I never won once. I lost everything.
Senator, we have that in common.
My staff said, don't do that next time, let us pick. So
This year,
anyway,
I let my staff
I
pick, and the
understand
whole
your rule.
office is happier. Yeah.
I understand. Okay, Senator Moser had a Rule 13, and he wants to, I have a copy of his testimony here, and I'll pass that out to the committee and anyone else would like to see it, but he lives 100 miles from here, and he headed home after dinner, and so he's not here. So I'll submit that for your approval. He basically, what he wants to do is have seniority capped at 4 years, no matter how many years you serve.
Am I finished, Senator?
If you serve 8, if you'd like to be.
Are you moving on to Moser or?
No, he's in the same category you are.
Okay.
We're
I
doing all
see.
3 of these together.
Okay.
All right. So we'll see,
Thank
you
you.
can stick around and we'll see if we have supporting testimony and how that works. But anyway, Senator Moser wants us to have 4 years of carry-in seniority, not 8 if you served 8. So that was his rule change. But he, as I said, he lives 100 miles and he wanted to head home, so he did. So are there anybody here that would like to support those 3 rule changes? Have a position want to come up and share that with us, now would be a great time to come to the front.
Sorry.
Is there anyone? Is there anybody in opposition? Are you coming, sir?
To oppose.
Are you opposed or?
To oppose, yes.
Yeah, okay. Any opposition? That'll be this gentleman.
George Boll speaking again.
Okay.
Capital George, capital Boll. You know, I've heard people talk about spam. I've heard people talk about interim studies. I've heard people talk, the chairman of the committee talk about 55 rule changes is more than the past 6 years put together. And I'm concerned about 432,000 people who voted for voter ID and 228 voted against it. 34,000 more than voted for voter ID than voted for the governor. Now, I've heard rumors that if you guys don't get voter ID taken care of, it's no big deal. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I am concerned about the time of this session. And I see a lot of these these proposals that I think might be spam proposals, in my opinion. Some of these rules can be put on interim studies, especially the upcoming ones that are talking about redistricting that to be done in a year ending with number 1. So I'm concerned that you guys might, not purposely, but might wind up getting hung up in this. So I'm encouraging you to go to interim studies, especially with the redistricting, and don't deal with spam stuff. In general, I'm asking you guys to, you know what, unless you give us a good reason to change these rules, we're not gonna. That would be my recommendation. And a lot of them are that. These 3 are that, in my opinion. And I hope that we don't have to come to a point where the 432,000 people demand that 20,000 of us go to Columbus and have an all-you-can-eat barbecue, pork barbecue, to make sure we do have a special session involving voter ID.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You in opposition, ma'am? There you go. We used to do that in school, you know, you raise your hand. Okay, any neutral testimony? All right. Hearing none, we shall move on to Senator Hansen's rule on your agenda. It's 14, and it affects Rule 5, Section 4. And Senator Hansen is attempting to limit the number of bills each senator can introduce. Take it away, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Urban and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Ben Hansen. That's BenHansen, and I represent Legislative District 16. And I swear my rule is not spam. It actually has a great purpose, and I'm proud of it. I introduced this 2 years ago. The rule change I propose is the same that I brought 2 years ago. This would change Rule 5, Section 4 to limit the amount of bills members of the legislature can introduce to 12 bills. It's a simple change, but necessary. We would not be the only state with a limit on bill introduction. Many of the country's legislatures have set a maximum number of bills elected officials can introduce. From the latest info provided, Arizona has 7 as a maximum, Colorado 5, Florida 6, Indiana 10, Louisiana 5, Montana 7, North Carolina 15, North Dakota 15, Oklahoma 8, Tennessee 15, Virginia 15, and Wyoming at 5. So we're in good company when we pass this rule. Something I have learned during my first term as a state senator is that it takes effort to craft, contemplate, discuss, and finalize a bill. Unfortunately, 935 bills were indefinitely postponed last year, and many essential bills didn't get a chance to even make it to the floor. Senators introducing 20, 30, 40 bills can attribute to this overload of legislation in our already limited time during the 90 and 60-day sessions. So let me ask you this. Are we sacrificing quality for quantity? The intent of this rule change is to motivate more specificity and thoughtfulness by both the lobby and the senators. It would narrow our conversations to focus less on statement bills and more on substantive bills. So with that, I appreciate your consideration for this rule change, and I ask that you vote in support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions?
I have one.
Yes.
How did you
Sarah.
come up with the 12?
I thought a dozen was great. Comparatively to other states, what they've done, this seems like a good middle of the road. Some are a lot less, some are like around 15. So I thought 12 was pretty good.
Senator Hanson, okay, Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
So, question. So, there's wide variety of number of bills introduced by senators in a year. I mean, some introduce 2, some introduce a lot more. Some introduce, if a constituent brings a bill, they introduce the bill. You know, that, how do you, I mean, there's different ways of representing, I guess is what I'm saying. How do you reconcile that with putting a cap on bills?
You choose wisely, right? And I think if you don't have that limit, it's easy to flippantly just, introduce a whole bunch of bills, which then Nebraska being unique, I think having a hearing for every bill ties up a lot of time legislature that we have less time on the floor to have proper debate sometimes, because this, sometimes we're in a big hurry to get a lot of bills through. And sometimes maybe if we have more time, we might actually debate bills maybe like a little bit more like we're supposed to. So that's maybe hopefully the intent of this as well.
Right. Thank you.
Senator Board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair. Would you be amenable to something like a separate consent list of bills? Because sometimes there's I remember in judiciary, we literally had to put a comma in somewhere where one had been forgotten the year before. And I know there's those sorts of bills. I tend to get them. People bring me those weird bills, so because I care. Yeah. So would there be like an exception for those minimal, we're going to put them on consent calendar, we're going to handle them like that kind of bills?
I think in a way we kind of already have that, but they're not used very often. And they're called committee bills. I think every committee has, if I'm right, 8 bills they can introduce, as long as they have a majority of senators on the committee signing on. So each committee can actually introduce 8 bills. And if they're just comma bills, what we like to call cleanup bills, it should be very easy to get the majority of senators on board, maybe put all those together, but they can have 8 bills. And hopefully maybe we might use those a little more often for some of these smaller bills.
Senator Hanson, if you do the math, 49 times 12 is 588. And that is nearly as many bills as we introduced last year in the long session. I think we did 651.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a 12 bill limit, and if I had a friend in the legislature and I had more than 12, could I go to them and have them introduce some bills for me?
That would be up to you.
We would still get to 588.
Yep. That's 100 less than we had last year.
Yes.
In my opinion, that's moving in the right direction. Now, that's every senator introducing 12 bills. The likelihood of that happening, I'm assuming, is probably slim to none.
Slim to none. Yeah.
So if we even limit it to 400, I think that would be a good start.
Would you be interested, or would you be amenable to saying 5 bills are the limit if we get 2 priorities? Make it a rule that says, not a requirement. You can go over 5 if you want, but if you go 5, we're going to reward you for going 5 to give you two priority bills. Would that make sense?
Can I plead the fifth and reserve my opinion with the clerk over here and the camera and the speaker sitting next to me? I would have to think about that actually, before I render an opinion.
But I mean, if you're going to ask for the speaker, the senators to introduce less bills, there may be incentive to do that, and that incentive would be, we're not putting a limit. You can have as many as you want, but just let it be known, if you go to 6, you get 1 priority, but if you stay at 5, you're going to get 2.
Yep.
I just a thought.
I think that's a good thought, actually.
Because we don't deal with, and I don't know what that number is, and maybe the speaker could tell me, but if we introduce 680, we may deal with on the floor 120, maybe, whatever that number. It's a small number compared to what's introduced. And so personally myself, I would do 5 and get 2 priorities because it's difficult getting a bill to, especially in a short session, it's difficult to get a bill to the floor.
Okay.
So anyway, something to think about. Any other questions? Mr. Speaker?
It's not a question, but I just wanted to let you know, Senator Hansen, that I was told today that bill drafters have had requests for 1,100 bills so far this year. And that doesn't mean they'll all get introduced, but the request to three-part, or the request to draft is about 1,100, and we're not at day 10.
So this is very timely.
The discussion is timely.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Any other
Sorry.
questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, those in support of limiting the bills to 12, please come forward quickly. Welcome back. There's a song about that.
Yeah, there is. Steve Jessen, Steven, Jessen. And I'm just be brief. I'm in support of this because I can tell you that I looked through the bills that are being submitted currently. We have bills that are making twine tax exempt. We're making bills that have diapers tax exempt. They're actually there. And what I'm saying is you guys are wasting your time and it's causing a backlog in our deal. And so I support 12. That makes sure that every senator is putting out something that has something that you should be doing rather than decide whether we pay tax on diapers and twine.
All right, any questions? Thank you. Next person.
Calvin Pemberton, CalvinPemberton. You guys will see me up here a few more times. I drove over 3 hours to be here to let my voice be heard in the second house.
Thank you.
You know, the thought of 1,100 bills even being drafted is mind-boggling. Being a subcommittee chair right now with the Republican Party, it's my job to look through the bills and read what's going on and what you guys are being asked to vote on. And to think of even 588 bills, I believe is too much. I am in support of 12, but I would even be in more support of something like 6. You know, there's some of the other states that was read off that are around that number. And I believe, like Senator Hansen said, maybe quality over quantity would be a better thing. Better spent time on quality bills, maybe the ones that you or your constituents or your LAs are drafting might actually have more meaning to you even at that point. And you guys might work across the aisle to get things done better if their bills are, if there's less bills and maybe they're more meaningful. So I am support and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else in support of 12? Don't be bashful, just step right up.
Sorry.
Proceed.
Yeah. My name is Ward Greisen, WARD Greisen. I'm very much in support of limiting the number of bills to 12 or less than. Again, I feel like some of this is a shotgun approach to getting a lot of bills out there. I don't think with that many bills that are currently being proposed that anybody can do justice to any of them. It's just too much and too overwhelming in the short time that you guys have to review them. And for that reason alone, and there's many more, but for that reason alone, I'm very much in support of limiting the bill number. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Next. You're picking up the pace. That's good.
All right, Stephanie Johnson, Stephanie Johnson, Johnsson. And I am 1,000,000% in agreement with this and actually think that it could be 5 or 6 because it did the math like you did, Senator Erdman. And also I would like to just say, as a woman who'd been in business my whole life, if I were to go to a meeting and let everybody bring all their proposals in all their to-do lists and all their tasks, we would have got nothing done. The company would not grow. There'd be no profit. We would have gone nowhere. There's no aim. There's no, you have to make a priority when you're in business. And you're doing the people's business. And so you're doing the people's business, which means you're having to do what we have to do out in the business world, which is prioritize. What are the things we want to get done? How are we going to do it? We can't try to get everything done. And I want you to know from the perspective as a citizen, when we see you doing that, we see senators doing that, it is so disheartening. It is so disheartening that they would not prioritize bills and they would choose to create chaos and flood the system with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bills, knowing it's going to be a waste of time. While we, the people, are out there paying our taxes, working our jobs, watching our elected officials run amok and create chaos and havoc and not have any aim. It's like running around with the chicken, like a chicken with your head cut off. Make a decision, pick your 5 or 6 priority bills, do it and get it done. Don't flood the system with hundreds and thousands of bills.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone else?
Jeannie Greisen, Jeanne Greisen. I am in support of the 12 bills or less. I want to, with all these bills with NFFE, I'm here representing NFFE. And so we are reviewing every bill that gets brought up. And so we are already at hundreds of bills on day 4. And part of that, when you limit 12, we have 4 Democrats that are already on day 4 at somewhere around 20 bills apiece, 18, 15 bills, and that was on day 4. So I want to give you the analogy, like the house is burning down, but we're focused on building a white picket fence. That's what some of these bills are. So we literally, the taxpayers of Nebraska are drowning in taxes, but will we just focus on the main issues? Senator Hansen said it very perfectly, is pick your priority bills and then do it good. It's the same thing if you were a mom and you're working and you decided to coach soccer or whatever, you can't give 100% because you've got so many things going on. The same thing applies to this body, that if you have so many things going on, you're never going to do it 100%. So let's not build the white picket fence when we got the house burning down. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else in support of 12? How about opposition? Anybody in opposition?
My name is Jacob McCann, JACOB, MCCANN. I'm opposed to this. I'd like to think that our legislator has the ability to efficiently manage its time. Likewise, I believe that senators that have a little bit more of that creativity, a little bit more of that passion, shouldn't be artificially limited in that respect. Likewise, when we talk about limiting senators' bills, we're also talking about limiting the people to lobby their senator to bring forward bills. I would be opposed to this. Any questions?
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? How about neutral? Okay, thank you. Okay, cool.
We are now moving to the rules hearing for what's listed as 15, 16, 17, and 18. So Hunt, Kavanaugh, and Conrad. So we'll do Michaela.
I'm gonna introduce for Hunt and myself since ours are extremely similar. If it's okay, can I introduce 15 and 16 are basically the same, and then is it okay for me to also introduce 17 at the same time?
Yeah, please introduce 15 and
Please.
16 and then introduce 17.
You'd like me to combine?
Please.
All right, thank you, Vice Chairwoman DeBoer and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Michaela Kavanaugh, MACHAELA-CAVANAUGH, represent District 6 in West Central Omaha. So the rules that I'm introducing today are raising the threshold for poll motions. The first one, Senator Hunt's and my own, around Rule 3, sections 20 B, C, D, would be raising for just a standard poll motion straight from committee to the floor. It currently is a simple majority, which would be 25 votes. And so it's raising it to 33 votes. The second rule is changing if you were to pull an indefinitely postponed bill to the floor, raising it from 30 votes to 33 votes again. The intention behind this is that, as we've seen, and several members on this committee are also my classmates. We've all been serving for the same amount of time. We've seen, multiple poll motions come, and oftentimes I can't actually think of a time, but I always stand for correction, where there's been something that's pulled to the floor that wasn't filibustered. And so my intention is that if you're going to pull something to the floor, it should meet that threshold of that it would pass muster with a filibuster. That's essentially it. I think Senator Conrad also, I'm not sure she was planning to introduce as well. Okay, so if you have any questions for me on those two.
Any questions for the introducer? Okay, great.
I will waive my closing if my first time doing rules, if I have closing.
So we are going to now go to Senator Hunt wants to introduce 15, which is her right to do.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Megan Hunt, MEGAN-HUNT. This is the same thing Senator Kavanaugh was just talking about. If a bill is so important that we need to pull it from committee and bypass the committee process, this is probably a bill that the committee has chosen not to vote out. If a bill is so important that the full body decides we'd like to bring this to floor debate, I think that it should have to meet the same threshold to come out of committee that it would need to meet to overcome a filibuster. Because odds are, if it doesn't come out of committee the old-fashioned way, it will be filibustered. So if you don't have 33 votes, 2/3 of the body to support the bill coming out through a poll motion, I think it ends up wasting a lot of floor time, as we've seen in the past. So I would just ask that we move the threshold from 25 to 33. If the bill is so important, we should be able to get 33 people to agree to that. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Senator Hunt. Questions for the introducer? Yes, Senator Hanson.
And just maybe an example to get your opinion on it. So say there's a bill that a majority of the body might be in favor of, but it goes to an unfriendly committee where the chair does not want to let it out for personal reasons, for whatever reasons, political. What recourse does the senator have then to get that bill on the floor, even if they do have 33?
I may be misunderstanding your question, but the recourse under this rule change would be if the majority of the people in the body want it to pass, they get their 33 people to support a poll motion.
Okay. You just think that it should be a higher threshold.
I think it should be the same threshold as cloture.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Senator
Thank you.
Hunt. Senator Conrad, if you would like to open on your bill or your rule change number 18.
Not sure exactly. Hi, good afternoon. I was going to say good evening. What's that?
It's the 3/5 vote.
Yeah, she said.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I was just involved in a game of semantics with Senator DeBoer. Measure, proposal instead of an LB. I wasn't exactly sure what we were designated in terms of the right terminology. Hi, I'm Danielle Conrad, DANIELLE, Conrad, CONRAD. I'm here today representing the Fighting 46th Legislative District of North Lincoln and in support of this rules change proposal. So I won't belabor the point. I think Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Hunt did a good job of kind of laying out some of their thinking in regards to perhaps opening up this rule to a higher vote threshold to achieve to utilize this this parliamentary maneuver. And so I think the main distinction in the proposals, of course, is whether or not we would select 2/3 or 3/5, or trying to find exactly what might be the sweet spot in terms of the right vote threshold, essentially, to utilize a poll motion. So the other thing that I want to make sure to take a broader lens on in regards to this issue as well is that, we see an increasing use of poll motions in the Nebraska legislature to subvert and weaken the committee process. And I'm not here to give a nostalgic speech about the good old days, but I do want to point out the fact that that is problematic to achieving good policy results for the body and for the people of Nebraska. Particularly in a unicameral legislature, it's critical that our committees are strong, that people can develop subject matter jurisdiction and knowledge and expertise about the committees that they have been assigned to, and that we provide a certain level of deference to our committees and to our colleagues who have built that expertise, who've sat through the long hearings, who heard all sides of an argument. And so when we frequently utilize poll motions to subvert that normal committee process, it weakens the committee process and it weakens the ability to achieve good policy for the state. So that's one reason, in addition to the fact that I do think we should have a higher threshold, more maybe along the line of Senator Arch's thinking, for efficiency purposes. Maybe we shouldn't be pulling bills that otherwise couldn't beat a veto or a filibuster or something of that nature, to hold it to perhaps a higher standard at the very least. But it is related to a weakening of the committee process, which I think is a disservice to this institution and to the citizens of Nebraska. I also want to note that I think that we need to connect the dots on, again, this pattern of practice that is meant to stifle dissent and is meant to fast track legislation through this body. Efficiency matters, but so does deliberation. And we're the only deliberative body in the state of Nebraska. And so whether it's scheduling memos to group all day committee hearings together and push things through faster to move up the deadlines on everything, whether it's a frequent utilization of poll motions, all of those things that weaken critical key junctures in the process itself weakens the process and weakens the result. So if we're going to leave these poll motions in place for extraordinary purposes, we should at least have a higher threshold to have a better balance of efficiency. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions for the introducer? Chair Erdman.
Thank you. So you had mentioned too many poll motions.
Mhm.
What do you mean? How many did we have last year?
Handful, maybe, if
Two?
memory serves. I wasn't a
Maybe.
member of the body then, but as an active observer, maybe a handful-ish, maybe, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
So how many would be not too many? I mean, we had 3 last year, 2 maybe. Is that too many?
Well, I'm not quite sure if there's an exact number that, I mean, it would be arbitrary to select any single number, right? But I think it has been utilized as an extraordinary measure for extraordinary reasons, and now it's kind of pattern and practice. We didn't get our way in the committee level, so we're just going to subvert the committee process. And I think that that's a disservice to the process. And so you're seeing an increased utilization of the poll motion. I don't know if there's a magic number, Senator, in terms of how many is too many.
Well, I've not been here as long as you have, but in the 6 years I've been here, I don't believe we've used 10 poll motions in 6 years.
Sure.
So to say there are too many poll motions and not have an answer about what the number should be, I find it very unusual that you want to increase the number of votes to get it on the floor through a poll motion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's been abused.
Sure.
So later on, and this is kind of maybe toot my own horn here, but later on I have an amendment that makes all committees odd.
I saw that.
And we won't
yes.
then have the issue as much with poll motions because we won't have ties.
Sure.
And I don't know who set those committees up, but we're going to see if we can fix
I
it.
think that was before my time, much before my time, Senator
believe so.
Urban.
Mine too.
And to your point, One thing that I think is elegant about each of the proposals under this section is it doesn't do away with the pull motion. It just increases the threshold for utilization to provide a better balance. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And I'd also ask you, Senator, it's more than just a numbers game, right? It's also a matter of the time and energy for floor deliberation. We only have 60 days or 90 days to do our work together. So when some of those measures are pulled that perhaps are not ready for prime time, look no further than, for example, the measure Senator Groney brought about student restraint, right? So he brought forward that motion kind of subverting the committee process, which was his right under the rule, but then the body didn't have the opportunity to have that important committee amendment available to it to help structure debate. And then the committee, the body as a whole spent, days and days, weeks and weeks. It felt like weeks and weeks, I don't know, on that measure, but it couldn't beat a filibuster threshold. So just, in addition to the straight numbers of polls, it's also kind of trying to think through, usually the most controversial measures are going to be pulled, right? We usually don't need to pull a revisor bill or a technical cleanup kind of thing. So what does that mean for pressure on the floor for other senators' priorities as well?
Yeah, but quite often when pull motions are used, they usually pass.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, I've used them in the past before for a variety of different reasons, unsuccessfully, but I've used them. Yeah.
So we're on proponents after Senator Conrad. Okay.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Are the proponents supporting the number of votes needed to pull a bill from committee? Okay. Any opponents? Okay.
Okay, Steve Jessen, StevenJessen, and I oppose these for the purpose of, I'm in agreement with, I think that we should have odd numbers of committees. I personally was part of a poll motion, and it eventually was successful. And what the poll motions are that I have seen that have been pulled is it's been the committee that has held people's voices, people's desires, and it's kept them from coming to the floor for a vote. That's what's going on with the committee process as I see it now. Not having odd numbers on these committees is causing these poll motions to have to be done in order to bring any good legislation. And you can take it all away from our Second Amendments to our, I was part of the Convention of States resolution, LR 14, and all those things. None of those things would have ever got out of committee if it wouldn't have been for a poll motion. Now, I'm opposed to poll motions just as much as you are. So why are we having this conversation? Is because you've structured the committees so that that's the only alternative. And senators do not take poll motions lightly. They do not. But when they cannot get something out that the people are demanding to happen, and the committee is tying it up, that is why that poll motion is there. And to make it a higher standard, you're asking us to, you're silencing the people. That's the way I say that.
Any questions? Thank you. Any more in opposition? How about neutral? No? Okay. That completes that discussion on that section. Moving on to 19. And on your agenda 19, it is Senator Halloran, and his rule is affecting Rule 1, Section 1. Written votes or votes for chairman shall be recorded. Welcome, Senator Halloran.
Thank you, Chair Erdman. Steve Halloran, Stevehallhoran. And I hate to start this off, Senator Erdman, by giving you an opportunity to rule me out of order. But I got to compliment your idea on number of bills being sponsored to be an option of 5 or 6 bills with the opportunity to have 2 priorities. It's a brilliant idea.
Okay, proceed
Okay.
forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Erdman and members of the Rules Committee, and good afternoon. As legislators, we all have taken an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Nebraska. Section 11 of our state constitution states that the legislature shall keep a journal of its proceedings and publish them, except such parts as may be require secrecy, and the yeas and nays of the members on any question shall, at the desire of any one of them, be entered into the journal. All votes shall be viva voce, which is Latin for by word of mouth or orally. Historically, how did this section become part of our state constitution? In the year 1934, George W. Norris campaigned across the state of Nebraska promoting the adoption of a one-house unicameral to replace the existing two-house bicameral legislature. I provided you to the committee a copy of the initiative petition that was approved by George W. Norris in his effort to campaign across the state to put this as a constitutional amendment to the ballot for the voters to vote on the issue of turning to a unicameral. Embedded in the language of this initiative, as you can see, the petition is the following, quote, "The request from any one member to be sufficient to secure a roll call on any question." End of vote. Clearly, the father of the unicameral, George W. Norris, was a strong advocate of transparency to the voters in regard to business conducted by the one-house legislature. For decades, this legislature has chosen to disregard our state constitution by using a secret ballot for choosing electing speaker and chairpersons of the various committees. In conclusion, this permanent rule change I'm proposing to require recorded votes will promote transparency to the Nebraska voters and will bring us in compliance with our state constitution. And finally, will honor George W. Norris's design for a one-house unicameral legislature. Thank you for your time. Any questions? I would be glad to try to address them.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, those in favor of recorded votes, those proponents, please come forward.
William Feely, traditional spelling of William, last name F as in Frank, E-E-L-Y. I'm in favor of this. And again, it goes back to the transparency issue where I like to eliminate the present not voting. But on this, the constituents that vote for you, they want transparency and they want accountability. And in secret votes, you can't have that. We, the people, expect professionalism and to know where you stand on issues through the documenting of your votes. Therefore, I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate it. Next testifier. Thank you, Kelly.
Diana Johnson, DIANA-JOHNSON, and I am very much in favor of this. I'm not going to say a whole lot because time and William said it exactly how I feel about it. I have been told that part of the reason for the secrecy is so that the senators can get along within their committee. And I'm thinking, isn't everybody over 18 in this body? I mean, shouldn't we be able to get along? So I am totally in favor of Senator Halloran's bill.
Okay. Might there be a question? Seeing none, thank you. Good afternoon or evening, maybe.
Oh, Steve Ray, Steveray. I'll just be very brief. I'm in favor of this also. We've had problems in my city government with this. And I think all your votes should be recorded so everyone knows how you voted. I mean, that's part of the process. to be transparent and what have you. We elect you to be there and take the vote. And I think as a citizen and a constituent, we have the right to know how you voted and who you voted for, because it does go to what we think and how we see you. That's all.
Hang on, there might be questions. So, sir, where are you from? What city are you from?
Fremont.
Fremont? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anybody else in support of record vote? Please come up. Don't be hesitant.
Calvin Pemberton, CalvinPemberton. I am very much in support of you guys going on the record for who's been placed in there. I'm going to keep it short, but I just wanted to go on the record. You know, that's what we're here for, is to let you know. And the best way to do that is to come up here and let you know. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Any questions? Thank you.
Ward Greisen, Wardgreisen. I'm also very much in favor of this. The transparency was already talked about. Obviously, we want to know what our elected officials are doing, and I think it's very important that, you know, that goes on record in what they are doing. And it's important for us as a second house, as it's been referred to many times, to know what's going on as well. And we can't do that without transparency. And so it's just vitally important. And so I am very much in favor of this. So any questions? Okay,
Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Stephanie Johnson, and StephanieJohnson from Lincoln, Nebraska, obviously, and I am very much in support. Number one, first and foremost reason is by taking a secret vote, you are not upholding the oath of the Constitution of the state of Nebraska that you swore to uphold. And so that's the first and foremost reason. And also anything that is done in secret just absolutely lends itself to deceit and to not being transparent. And I just don't understand how, being an elected official, that even has gotten to this point. I want to tell you from the standpoint of someone, as a mom and a wife, we have 6 children, I have a grandson. I just recently, about a few years ago, started opening my eyes to what was going on in our government. When I first found out and heard that the very first vote that the senators take is a secret ballot vote, I was mortified. I can tell you, people like me, common sense, just common people who vote for you to represent us, and then we find out that the senators are taking secret votes so that they can make deals under the table to get things out of committee. It was mortifying and absolutely devastating.
Any questions? Thank you.
Jeannie Greisen, JeanneGreisen. And I want to thank Senator Halloran for introducing this rule change. I think it is great. And when our government is transparent 100%, you will have 100% backing of the people. And when that'll be a glorious day when that happens. And I look forward to that day. And this would be a step in the right direction.
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else?
Brad Johnson, BradJohnson. Thank you for giving me this time. I agree with what everybody said. I'd like to think about it and like to have you think about it a little bit differently for just a second, real quickly. Let's imagine that up to now it was transparent and an open vote. And now the proposal was, let's go to secret voting. What do you think your constituents would say? Let's move to secret voting. I think it would be overwhelming where people would say, no way, we want transparency. So just think about it like that. If you were going to propose secret voting, what would it be? So that's all I got.
Any questions? Thank you. Any other proponents? Okay. Welcome. State and spell your name if you would.
My name is Myron Smith, MYRON SMITH. I only wanted to say that by not doing this, we may not know who we want to vote for next time, and we feel like we need more information of who we want to vote for or not vote for when the next election comes up.
Okay. Senator DeBoer, she has a question.
I have a question, and this is going to be more rhetorical because I don't want to just put you on the spot. But
Thank you.
I'm just curious, if you saw that your senator voted for someone, let's say they voted for Steve Erdman for chair of the Rules Committee, because let's say it was me, and I just felt he was better for the job because he'd been on rules or whatever, and the other person was, I don't know, Senator Bostar. Senator Bostar's on the same party as me, Senator Erdman's not. Would you be less likely to vote for me because I voted for someone because I felt that that person had the better job or not? I'm just curious.
Depends on what the other record is, you vote, how you voted on other issues.
Okay. It's interesting. Okay,
I'm
thank
not
you.
I'm not a one issue voter.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to put you on the
But
spot,
that's
sorry.
okay.
You answered well. Anyone else? Senator Bostar, you want to do a rebuttal on Senator Bostar?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Hi, Connie Reinke, ConnieReinke. I just feel absolutely that this is necessary, what Senator Halloran has presented. He's laid out all the facts, that it's constitutional and intended to be that way. It's transparent, and we need that in all levels of government. And so I support this wholeheartedly.
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else in support? How about opposition? Is there someone in opposition? Welcome, Mr. Leach. Long time no see.
Thank you. I think I've been to every single Rules Committee since 2017. Mr. Chairman, members of the Rules Committee, my name is Nathan Leach, Nathanleach. I'm from Kearney, speaking in opposition to proposed rules change 19 now, offered by Senator Halloran, and speak on behalf of Nonpartisan Nebraska. Nonpartisan Nebraska strongly opposes changes to the unicameral rules that would eliminate the tradition of ballot votes for leadership elections in the legislature. When they wrote the rules for the first session of the new unicameral in 1937, the members realized that electing the body's leaders by ballot would preserve and support nonpartisanship by assuring that leaders would be elected on the basis of their experience, knowledge, and expertise, instead of solely on the basis of party affiliation. Ever since, the unicameral has operated by these rules. Well, it is inevitable that some senators will campaign behind the scenes for themselves or others to be elected to a particular post. The actual written vote is up to the individual senator. Were the voting to be done by done in public by voice or roll call vote, we are certain that the two major political parties would be watching and would reward or punish senators depending on how their votes aligned with their party's wishes. Over time, that party influence would be obvious, and that the party with the majority of members of the legislature would automatically elect members of their own party to all leadership positions. How lawmakers vote and whether they support their party would be used against them in determining which committee assignments they are given and whether they are supported by their partisan peers. This would be trading the ballot vote for the image, not the reality of transparency. Leadership should continue to be elected by secret ballot, and for that reason, we ask that you oppose this rules change both here in the committee and on the floor. And I would be very happy to answer any questions. There was a lot of different things that were brought up that I would love to address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Leach. Any questions? Senator DeBoer.
Sorry. I'll ask
No, don't be
Mr.
sorry.
Leach one question. Mr. Leach, I heard some of the opposition saying, what's the real damage here? What's the real danger? How is this really going to cause any trouble if we had open ballots? Could you address that question directly? Like, what is the real risk? That's something that I'm wondering. What is the real risk here?
When the unicameral, when we went to the unicameral system, lawmakers needed to put into place certain safeguards. Since we didn't have a second house, we needed additional safeguards. and checks and balances in the system. And so one of the things that they adopted was a nonpartisan system where the political parties, big moneyed interests, lobbyists, the executive branch, they couldn't come in and say, these are going to be the people that are in leadership. It's strange to me that there is so much uproar over our use of secret ballots in this legislature when the GOP caucus uses a secret ballot for leadership elections in Congress. Every single voter uses a secret ballot when they go and vote. Our city councils, our county commissioners, we all use secret ballots. Our local organizations and clubs, when we vote for officers, it has long been a element of our democracy when we elect people into leadership positions. Mind you, this isn't voting on policy positions. This isn't voting on rules or laws. When we elect people, we have always, for as long as we've had a democracy, used this concept of using a ballot. I have never heard any objection to the ballot vote outside of the context of the Nebraska legislature. And I strongly believe that is because there is a group of people who believe that their party should be the one that controls every single element of this legislature. And I'll tell you, I worked as a page in the Arizona State Senate in 2016, one of the most partisan legislatures that you can find in this country. And growing up in Nebraska and watching the process and the system we had, the debate and the back and forth, and then going to a system there where, I mean, the senators would just stand up and say, well, I'm in the, the majority leader would stand up and say, I oppose this amendment, and that was it. There was no debate. There was no back and forth. And so I'm sorry, that's a long answer to your question, but it all comes down to this idea that we would have a nonpartisan process in our leadership selection.
Any other questions? Mr. Leach, I was going to ask a question, but I'm afraid you go into another long explanation.
I'll hold myself back.
So here's the issue we have. A moment ago, a few minutes ago, someone on this committee mentioned, I'm from a different party than they are.
Mm-hmm.
They mentioned Democrat, Republican. For the last week, we have heard nothing but Democrat and Republican when we're discussing committee on committees.
Mm-hmm.
There is no such thing in the Nebraska legislature as nonpartisan. The only place that nonpartisan exists is on the ballot when you don't have an R or D. The rest of that is a figment of somebody's imagination. So my question to you is, if it's nonpartisan, why do the rules state in redistricting you should have no more than 5 from one party and 4 from another? Why do we state all these things? Why do we figure when we do the committee on committees, the comments by the chairman of those committees is, my committee is even, 4-4. We're nonpartisan. Why do they say it's 5-3? We're nonpartisan, right? Are we nonpartisan or not? So the question is not whether we're partisan. That's already been proven. It's like saying the sun comes up in the east. Well, let's wait and argue that to see if it's true. We all know it's true. We all know that this body is partisan. It always has been, and it always will be. Because the beliefs that I have when I walk in the chamber don't change when I walk in there. Senator DeBoer, Senator Bostar's beliefs are their beliefs when they walk in there. They happen to line up with a different party than me. So what? So what? That doesn't make any difference. So to say here that because we want open voting, it's a partisan issue and the political parties are pushing this is a far cry from the truth. People want transparency. And you say all other bodies, the city council and all these others are elected by secret ballot. My question to you is, how many unicamerals are there in the nation? 1. And so if a unicameral is only one state, we can choose to be different and we can do open voting. We don't have to do like everybody else. What do you have to say?
Senator, if you look in that pamphlet, and I provided this definition to you before, if we were trying to say that the Nebraska legislature is nonpartisan in the sense that senators walk in and they don't have a political ideology or they're not connected to a political party, then you're correct. We've never had a nonpartisan legislature under that definition. You're right. But that's not what we're saying. We're talking about a process that doesn't have formal partisan leadership that controls it. It's correct that we do not have a majority leader in this body. We do not have a minority leader in this body.
No.
We don't caucus by Democrats. We don't caucus by Republicans. So from a parliamentary procedure standpoint, what else do you describe us? I mean, that's by definition a nonpartisan legislature. That's the only thing that we can call it. What we want to do is preserve those principles, the idea that bills should advance based on merit. They shouldn't advance just because the senator who introduced it had an R or a D next to their name. You happen to be a Republican. I think that's true for the record. But that doesn't, if you were in this body 30 years from now and your party was in the minority, I think you'd look at those rules and say, I like the fact that I have a chance to put my ideas forward and have them be considered based on their merit. Your constituents out in Western Nebraska would like the fact that you are able to compete in this institution fairly and not be judged just based on that little letter next to your name. That's what this idea is based on. Now, I can't help the fact that this institution has become more partisan in the sense that you see senators who are ideologically more conservative and ideologically more liberal. I attest, I think that's due to term limits. That's due to, I mean, every single election, we break records with the amount of money in elections. Right. I mean, those are really hard factors to control. But what we want to preserve is this idea of merit being what puts ideas forward. And I know that's a hard thing for us to keep. It seems like more and more people are just basing their ideas based on that political party, but it's worked for 90 years, and we would hope that we can maintain that process here in the legislature.
Okay. Senator Hansen.
Thank you. I don't think I've ever met you before yet, but you bring up some pretty good points, and I appreciate you handing out the brochure. I think you make some good points, and what you said is I do think we are becoming more partisan. Right? I think it's kind of mirroring what's going on in the nation, I think, too, right? A whole host of things, term limits, social media, echo chambers. I think we're becoming more partisan, but I think what we're lacking is integrity as politicians. And so sometimes I think if we have secret ballots, we're almost robbing our representatives to show their integrity. And if they either vote with their party, or if they even have more integrity, and they find a politician who might be on the opposite side of their political party, vote for them. It takes a lot of integrity to vote for somebody against your own party. But I think sometimes integrity can be like a muscle. Sometimes it has to be tested in order to get built. And so sometimes I feel with this secret ballot, we kind of rob our representatives to show, whether they have integrity or whether they don't sometimes. And so like Senator Bostar, he might have a better philosophical approach if he's running for the chair of transportation that I would like versus a Republican, his government intervention with roads and bridges. So I might vote for him. But I think sometimes then our representatives don't get a chance to really kind of see maybe where we stand on issues and whether they do have integrity, whether they don't. And whether they do vote for somebody against their own political party, the ability to explain it. And that also takes integrity to stand in front of your constituents and say, this is why I voted for Democrat or Republican. I think it happens on both sides.
And Senator, I would just encourage you to consider that there's a lot of folks who are, we talk about transparency. We want to know how senators vote. And usually when we talk about that, we're talking about how they vote on public policy. There are, 14 standing committees, 2 select committees, then you have executive board. You have a huge number of leadership elections and posts that occur in the legislature. I would venture to say that the vast majority of Nebraskans really don't know who these chairmen, these senators are. The people who do know are the lobbyists. The media pays pretty close attention to that. People like me who are just really like to watch the legislature, the governor's office, and the political parties. The everyday Nebraskans, the only thing they really have to go by is usually that political party. And so if we went to a system where it was a roll call vote or a open vote, this keeps the ballot for some reason and just records it from the ballot, or this proposal that we're looking at today. But I would venture to say that the vast majority of Nebraskans aren't really not having that information in terms of that ballot vote.
Make a good point. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? One, I'll follow up on Senator Hansen if I could. In the past, some people have asked people to vote for them, and they have a record of 28 people said, yes, I'm going to vote for you. And this follows up with what Senator Hansen's talking about, integrity. And when the vote comes, he has 24. So where did the other 3 or 4 go? I don't know. That's what he's talking about. That's the integrity. That's the issue that this brings about, that solves. If you said you're going to vote for me and you put your light on and you're voting for me, you matched what you said. If it's secret vote and you told me you're going to vote for me and 3 people didn't vote for me, who are they? I don't know who they are. And so that is the issue. It is forcing, as Senator Hansen said, it's exercising their effort to vote to show their integrity. Because if you told me you're going to vote for me, vote for me. Just tell me you're not going to vote for me. I don't care. It don't make any difference. And we all here that are elected are old enough to understand that you don't win every election. People don't like everything you do. And so if somebody votes no against you, so what? Move on. So I have nominated Senator Wishart for vice chairman of appropriations. She's a Democrat. Why would I do that? Because I think she's qualified to do the job. That's why. And so that doesn't affect me. But the point is, when somebody gives me their word they're going to do something, that's what I want them to do. So that's where I'm at.
And Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. It's always very unfortunate and disheartening when you think you have the votes and you don't.
Yeah.
For me, what it all boils down to is there is a sense of security knowing that ultimately this vote that you make as a state senator is something that no one can influence you in that decision. It just like how a voter makes cast their ballot on election day, that's between you and the ballot. And that does provide some insulation and some security from outside influences. And that's what we think is the benefit in this situation. We can, of course, agree to disagree on the weighing of which one is more important, though.
The point is, you can't discover who didn't tell you the truth if you have closed voting, secret voting. That's the issue. Anybody else? Thank you for coming. Appreciate you coming all the way from Kearney. So you have others?
Yes, they're pretty brief. I'll keep it
So
briefer than this
the
one.
way we changed the schedule, I think it helped you.
Oh, yeah, it did. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition?
My name is Carol Windrum. I reside at 3735 North 39th Street in Omaha.
Can you spell your name?
CarolWindrum.
Thank you.
For almost 2 years, my spouse and I traveled all over the United States, New England, Florida, Alaska, Hawaii. We mixed business with pleasure. And when folks learned that we were from Nebraska, usually, not a surprise, the Cornhuskers were at the top of the list of our state attractions. And then occasionally someone would mention our spectacular zoo. And yes, there were those who admitted to simply speeding through our state on their way to get to someplace else. And I confess at the time that I did not fully appreciate, nor did I boast appropriately about what perhaps makes our state the most unique. Our unicameral, you all, this system, which has been an example to the nation since 1937 on how to represent the will of the people without the bitter partisanship that often is found in other state governments. And now there's a concerted effort to dismantle a tradition of about 86 years. And on the surface, seeking to rid the body of the secret ballot seems like a noble thing. Let's be transparent. But in reality, I have to agree with Mr. Leach. It's only going to be a slippery slope. It's going to lead some senators to feeling the pressure of a political party support or punishment if she or he doesn't vote along the party lines, not necessarily for the best person for the position. So I rearranged meetings and medical appointments so I could be at this hearing. I'd rather be home. But I'm here because I believe that more important than the Cornhuskers, sorry, everybody, more important than a world-famous zoo, we Nebraskans have the unicameral. I hope that keeping the secret ballot allows you all to not be beholden and not be punished by any political party. Thank you.
Hang on. Any questions? I have one. So in the example I gave, that someone had, people tell them they had 27, 28 votes, and then wound up with 24. Tell me how secret vote solves that issue. Tell me how secret vote can fix the problem we have with people not people of integrity. How does that fix that?
I don't know that I'm arguing to fix that, actually.
That's what we're arguing to fix.
Yeah.
That's what Senator Holleran's trying
Well,
to do.
Senator Hansen talking about the need for integrity and for senators to be able to break away from their party when they feel like they need to. I mean, I can't address the personal conversations you have, Senator, and their
I'm not talking
relationships.
about
with
personal,
you.
I'm talking about people of integrity. Some
Yeah.
people tell you they got the vote and then they change their mind. How do you find out who it was? And so let me ask you
And
this.
why do they change their mind?
I have no idea. But
I don't
Here's
either.
the question I have. If I give you my word, my word's my word.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if someone else gives me the word, they vote for me, and they change their mind, what else will they not tell me the truth on? That's the problem. That's the problem with this open, with secret vote.
I don't know the relationships you have. I don't know if that particular senator has any kind of fear of retribution later if they don't vote for you or somebody else. I mean, I don't know those dynamics. I just think we have an 86-year tradition in this legislature, and I think ultimately it ought to allow you all to vote your conscience and not be pressured by a political party.
Right.
So
We're not pressured by political party. Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Please come forward and line up. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Rachel Gibson, RACHELGIBSON, Vice President of Action for the League of Women Voters. I have a quick statement here, but I also wanted to give some context about our organization. We have been around for about 100 years nationally, and our focus really is to empower voters and make sure they have the information they need to be involved. I also want to highlight that although we're national, we have 400 members all across the state, and all of us are volunteers. We have one paid person. It is not me. So these are, we bring together Nebraskans to see what their thoughts are on things. So on this particular proposal, we are opposed, requiring a public record of written votes for committee chair positions. While we often advocate for transparency in voting, we also look at the systems that are put in place. And we oppose this particular issue because of the context of our unique legislature. Our nonpartisan unicameral has a structural and process elements that combat partisanship, and this is definitely one of them. In Congress and in other legislative bodies, committee assignments and leadership are determined within the parties, and that's why this is different. Our legislature works as one group to elect our leadership. Currently, the secret ballot allows legislators to vote for the most qualified candidate and hopefully protects against political retribution. So that is why we are in opposition. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person. There you go. All right.
Chairman Erdman.
Yes, sir.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Gavin Geis. That's spelled Gavingeis, and I'm the executive director for Common Cause Nebraska. Common Cause is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to upholding the core values of American democracy. We stand in opposition. I will not belabor the point since those before me have said most of what I would say. I stand mostly to express our opposition and to note that changing the rules, whether or not we believe this body is nonpartisan in practice, whether or not we believe nonpartisanship is attainable, by the Nebraska legislature. It is built into our structure, and we cannot deny that. We do not have, as Mr. Leach noted, we do not have members of political parties that are chairing or whips. We have chosen to exclude those elements from this body. As such, we require other rules along these lines, such as the selection of committee chairs, to uphold those values. Now, if we want to discuss the overall changing of nonpartisanship in this body, that is another discussion. But Common Cause does not believe we should pick away at these elements of nonpartisanship through changing rules like the secret ballot. It is simply a part of our structure, and we have to continue these processes that uphold those values, whether or not we believe they work throughout the body. It is legally, legally how we are structured. So that is all I will say. I will stop there. Thank you all for your time.
Any questions? I do have one. Explain that.
Please.
Legally, what do you say about it's legally your obligation? Know what you said?
My point was that we are, in other ways, other than the secret ballot, this unicameral is structured in nonpartisan fashions, right? We don't have chairs that are party whips, things like that. We have chosen to exclude multiple components of partisanship.
Okay.
This is just one of those components, and it undermines all the other components. So it's a domino, right? If we're going to talk about nonpartisanship, let's talk about nonpartisanship as a whole thing, not chip away at it through one rule change or another, and leave these other elements still kind of part of our structure.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions? Any other opponents?
Terry Halava, Terrihlava. I feel like voting for a committee chair is a lot different from voting on a piece of legislation. And also today's world of politics is especially difficult. I have become increasingly disappointed, bewildered, and disillusioned with my Republican Party. We have had and do have the majority of power both in the state and the legislature, but a desire for complete power is at the expense of views other than the official state Republican Party position. It is not elected to govern us. That makes things like not being able to vote by written ballot for committee leadership vulnerable to punishment by the state party. Chairs need to be chosen by merit. Complete power by essentially one state party makes the legislature cannibalistic for acting in accordance to a nonpartisan entity and a unicameral. We have seen this punishment in action. Each senator entered their office with the expectation of nonpartisanship in accordance to one house nonpartisan concept form of government as a unicameral. I severely object to those senators now wanting to change this long-established form of government to a partisan one. I believe that is ultimately greed for power. Committee leadership is at the heart of this nonpartisanship. We need to strive for balance, fairness, and many views. Let's not attempt to shut every door in every way. Let's get rid of our warrior mode. Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you refer to punishment by the party, give me an example.
Well, I remember, for example, Republican senator who was attempted to be punished by the Republican Party and kicked out of the Republican Party for expressing views, voting on different pieces of legislation that were in opposition to that party's position.
Can you be more specific? Who was
Well,
it?
what do you want to know?
I want to know who it was.
Senator McCullough, or no, what is it? John McCollister was one. And then I've also seen and become aware of a lot of dark money. And that's tied up, and I'm sure a lot of these people will relate to that with the governor and the dark money and, you know, that type of thing. As far as your, I don't understand your concern with people not voting the way they said they would, because to me, that's kind of disingenuous to try to count your votes before a vote's even taken. That, to me, that doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? Opposition? How about neutral?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is James Woody, Jameswoody. I'm here in the neutral position, so I don't express support or opposition to this particular measure. Just wanted to make two observations for the record. First observation, 6 weeks ago or so, the United States Senate, which is the world's greatest deliberative body, no offense to current company, the United States Senate, they did a leadership election. And from the best of my knowledge, that leadership election took about an hour. It wasn't particularly contentious. They selected Mitch McConnell as the minority leader, and they performed this leadership election by secret vote. I would secondly observe that the United States House of Representatives also recently had a leadership election, which was contentious for the first time since the Civil War. It took more than one ballot. And I would note that this particular leadership election was taken by a record vote. And so having made those two observations, I would yield back.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for testimony. Anyone else in neutral position? Okay. We'll move on from Rule 19 to 20, 21, and 20, 22, and 23. Is Senator Hunt here? Senator Hunt, please join us. This rule is Rule 1, Section 17 for those watching at home. And the proposal is to strike Speaker major proposals. You have the floor, Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Senator Erdman, colleagues. I'm Megan Hunt, MEGANHUNT. And this rule change proposal would strike the entire section of Rule 1 that provides for Speaker's major proposals. Currently, each session, the Speaker is allowed to designate up to 5 bills as major proposals. This is a very powerful tool that's available to the Speaker because he or she has the power to set a certain date by which the bill must have a committee hearing, require the committee which the proposal has been referred to take a vote on it by a certain date. And then if the bill gets to the floor, the Speaker can determine the scheduling of the proposal and the order in which any amendments or motions on the bill will be taken up. This is an enormous amount of power that is given to the Speaker in addition to his or her many other privileges and responsibilities. And I think it circumvents the process and is unnecessary. If a bill is good policy, it can make it to the floor and be debated on its own merits. It can get a committee priority or a Speaker priority or a Senator priority. And there's no reason to ignore the order of amendments or motions that have been filed on it. Reasonable people can disagree. This is my view, and I wanted to introduce a rule around it. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
And of course, I hope present company understands it's not personal.
I do not take it personal.
So
I can tell you in my first few days, my skin has thickened considerably.
Senator Hunt, I may have a question.
Sure.
Let me ask you a question about this. I'll give you just a little example. I'll try to make it quick. Several years ago, I was a president of an organization, and I was in a position that if I came back in as second vice president, I'd become president again. And I tried to change the whole example of that organization, try to change the whole structure.
Mhm.
They didn't like it. So they put in an amendment that you can't succeed yourself as president. And I cautioned them. And I said, what you should do is make a motion that Erdman can't come back. Because if you make a motion that the president can't succeed himself, you may at some point have someone you'd like to have come back, but you've prevented that.
It's like term limits.
Yeah, so my question is, what happens? What happens if a speaker is elected that lines up with your beliefs, with your proposals, and is favorable for promoting your issues that you are concerned about? Would you feel the same way?
I would feel the same way. I think I actually have a principle about this that is similar to Senator Hansen's 12 bill type of thing. I don't think the speaker needs that much power, and I don't think that our structure would prevent any good bill from coming out. I don't think that we need a speaker to do a major proposal for a bill where if it's a good enough bill and it's a good idea, that it could come out of a committee the normal way.
I may have to ask this question to our resident expert on unicameral, Mr. Leach. But I'm wondering if this was set up when George Norris established the unicameral.
It's a
So
good
I'll ask
question.
him later.
It's a good question for the clerks
I'll ask
too.
him, yeah.
Thank you.
So anyway, any other questions? Senator Hansen.
I'm torn because it's not too often Senator Hunt and I agree on stuff. And I actually agree with her that she's in favor of less government by getting rid of 5 more bills.
You know
And so-
what?
But I'm torn because I see the purpose of doing it as well. So,
Yeah. Many people are shocked to know, and to many people it makes sense. I am for less government. I am for smaller government. And I think sometimes we disagree on how to get there, but I think we need to give more power to the people and less to those of us who are here.
well, I appreciate your fervor for
Thank you.
fighting for what you think.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Conrad. Same rule. Is Senator Conrad here? Senator Conrad, you are up. Same rule. Rule 117, strike speaker major proposals. It is your turn.
All right, good evening. Hi, Chairman Erdman, members of the committee. My name is Danielle Conrad, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, Conrad, C-O-N-R-A-D. I'm here today representing the Fightin' 46th Legislative District of North Lincoln. And similar to Senator Hunt's proposal, I brought forward a measure to strike the speaker's major proposal. I think that this measure has been controversial since adoption. And I want to additionally point out that the speaker really shouldn't receive this additional sort of ability to order motions and amendments for various proposals that are moving through under individual senators or committee auspices. It's important to remember that by striking this proposal, and of course it's not personal to Senator Archie, happens to be the speaker right now, so just noting that coincidence, but it's not specific or personal to his leadership. I think it has been controversial since adoption, and there have been other efforts to kind of re-examine this proposal. So I just want to be really clear about that. But of course, the speaker does retain the right to designate individual personal priority bills and speaker priority bills. And so having this additional kind of prerogative to change around motions and amendments, which again, I think kind of subverts the committee structure and process in some ways, should be revisited. So that's why I brought it forward.
Any questions?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Senator Kavanaugh, Michaela Kavanaugh. There she is. Welcome to the Rules Committee.
Thank you. Chairman Erdman and
You
members of the Rules Committee.
You have the floor.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, M-A-C-H-A-E-L-A-C-A-V-A-N-A-U-G, representing District 6 in West Central Omaha. I have a similar, but my rule is slightly different than Senator Hunt and Senator Conrad's rule. It strikes the same language, but creates the budget as a major proposal. And kind of to answer some of the questions that Senator Erdman has already posed on this, my reasoning behind this is not actually to do with the speaker at all, but to do with the power that we are giving to the executive committee. We're giving more power to one committee over all of the other committees, and therefore over the entire body to decide what is or isn't a major proposal. And so that's really where I think it's a sticking point for me. I know that when it comes to the budget, that's our constitutional responsibility, is to pass a budget. And so to have the opportunity to reorder amendments I think is important for the budget specifically, but when it comes to anything else, it can be politicized. And I just would like to see a little bit less of that infused into our decision-making. And so that's sort of the angle I'm coming from, is that I just think if we're going to have a major proposal, then it maybe instead of striking out, it could even be a majority vote of the body. I don't know. But I do think that giving one committee the authority to create something as a major proposal over any other committee's authority is just not proportional. That's all I got.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The speaker has a question. Okay.
Go ahead.
So you're talking about making the budget bills major proposals automatically? Is
Yes.
that how I read that?
Yes.
And then the appropriations committee, does the appropriations committee, I'm just, the language of
Who has
A2.
the authority then?
Yeah,
It would be
does-
the speaker's authority.
Oh, the speaker's authority, not the committee's authority.
It may need to be amended the way
Okay.
it's written. I'm not entirely positive. The intention is that it would be ordered by the speaker if we wanted it to be by the speaker and the chair of appropriations or something like that. But because we have to pass the budget. and
Right.
We have to pass the main parts of
And
the
so
budget.
there would be the ability to not allow IPP or those things? Is that how I read that? Or just order them, take action, including voting, take
Yes.
action?
Take action ordering them. So
That's the ordering of
Yes,
them?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
So if somebody put an IPP motion up,
Which
it would- it
is
wouldn't-
like
it wouldn't-
right now on major proposals, that's
Right.
the point.
It
right?
wouldn't
You can
automatically
order it.
be a priority motion then. It would be up to you to order when it came up.
Got it.
I know because I have put motions such as this on major proposals in the past and been told, if you put that on, it doesn't really matter because they're not going to ever
Because the
go to
speaker-
your proposal.
The speaker can order.
Yes, and I'm like, oh, all right, well then I won't put it on. So,
All right, thank you.
Very good. Thanks for the clarification. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, we'll move to Rule 23, and that is Rule 1, Section 17, Governor Budgets and the Major Speaker Proposals by Senator Slama. Join us in the front if you would. The floor is yours.
Good, I guess now evening, Chairman Erdman, members of the Rules Committee. My name is Julie Slama, Julie-SLA-MA, and I represent District 1, Southeast Nebraska. I'm here today to introduce a permanent rules change regarding Rule 1, Section 17. Echoing off of Senator Kavanaugh's proposal, mine also makes budget bills, automatic speaker major proposals. It does do two additional things on top of that. One, I believe, is a simple cleanup bill in that speaker major proposals can be named if they are senator personal priorities or committee priority bills. The second part of this would add speaker priorities to that list as well. I think that's simple, putting the speaker on even ground compared with his colleagues to allow his priorities to be elevated to speaker majors as well. The real meat of my rules change proposal is the final part, which would lower the threshold to cloture for speaker majors to 30 votes from the current 33. Speaker majors normally cover critically important bills to the continued operation of the state. 33 of 49 senators in support is one of, if not the highest threshold for passage of state bills in our country. This rules proposal would prevent those critically important bills from being held hostage or falling victim to gamesmanship by a small minority of senators. Nebraska speakership, by design, and don't take this personally, is the weakest in the country, which can be empowering to the other 48 senators, but it also creates some real hurdles to good governance. This rules proposal makes responsible changes in that spirit. Thank you for your attentiveness, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? So Senator Slama, may I ask, we currently have a 30 vote to override the governor's veto.
Yes.
And when we were here, when I first arrived in 17, we talked about the rules for 29 days.
Mhm.
And that was the the essence of our conversation was, why does it take more votes to stop debate or have closure than it does to override the governor? And that has always been a peculiar vote to me, that the threshold is that high. So,
Mr. Chairman, I completely agree with you on that point.
so thank you. Any other
Right.
questions?
Thank you very
for
much.
coming in. Thank you. Okay, that completes that section. Now we will go to those who want to testify. Those who are in support of those rules. Any one of the four, please come forward. Any one of the four. And when you come, please notify us which ones you're supporting. We'll be able to figure it out by your testimony. No one? Anybody in opposition to any one of those four rules? Okay, no one? Anybody neutral on those four rules? And I'm not surprised that Mr. Leach has come back.
We did have to.
Mr. Chairman,
It was my
members of
fault.
the other
Right?
Rules Committee, my name is Nathan Leach.
Was it my fault?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
my name's,
Your
it's-
time starts now.
Okay, well, so I would have provided research on the history of the speaker's proposal because it is really fascinating, but I wanted to respect your time and it really didn't need to be put into the record. So I have copies of every single legislative rule book since 1937. This rule first shows up in 1997. Historically, the way that leadership has been organized within the unicameral, especially in the first session, was very, very decentralized. The idea was you'd have 49 independent contractors. They'd all be able to come to consensus. There was no, you didn't have an executive board. The speaker didn't control the agenda. And then as time went along, I won't give you any dates because I didn't prepare, but as time went along, that's slowly gotten more and more centralized. The speaker has gotten more power, and that's really been the status quo. There's a lot of different factors in that, and I would love someday to do more research in that and be able to provide something that's just not off the cuff. But to answer your question, no. The first session definitely did not have major speaker proposals. They didn't even have a way to control the agenda. They had to suspend the rules every time they wanted to do so. So thank you for mentioning me. I'm glad I was able to put a little bit of that in the record. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And thank you for that, for 1997. Good information. When I go to conferences and talk to other states, we are very different in our speaker control, speaker authority, however you want to call it. I mean, in some states, no bill gets to the floor without the speaker. Chairmans are appointed by the speaker. I mean, it's amazing. And I'm not advocating for that at all. I would assume that some of this was done to, if you started out with nothing, it's to keep the flow, right? I mean, there's a balance between efficiency, effectiveness, all of that, and allowing for true debate, good healthy debate. So I guess my perspective on all of this is that you're probably going to be on one side of the line or the other, depending upon how you look at how you view that. Any comments about that observation?
Mr. Speaker, I would say that the best answer to this question is to go back and see what other speakers and other senators have said to answer that question. Because, I mean, this legislature had Senator Ernie Chambers in it for, I think it was 40 years. Is that right? I mean, 43? I mean, there was senators again and again who had to, and I say that because he was just someone who was so good at being kind of a one-man minority. And over those 43 years, again and again, some of the greatest statesmen in our state history have held back. And they have said, we have the votes to shut down debate. We know we can do that. We can move forward and do whatever we want. But I think that there's an element of wisdom here that is, we don't have a second house. We only have 49 members. And the idea of making sure that we don't legislate too quickly, I think that's where that wisdom kind of comes from. I would encourage you, and if you'd like, I can go back into the record and find
some points of personal privilege and different things that previous speakers and senators have said on that question, because it's a fascinating one. And I think it's really relevant today as we think about how we want to move forward as a legislature and in the balance that we have between the minority and the majority and the power of the speaker and the committee chairs and so forth. So thank you for the question.
Honestly, even in my first proposed rule change, I mentioned it is that balancing of, some of what I proposed in the early rules was not that you can't do it, but it's when you can do it, so that there is some flow, and the rules aren't used to stop. It's used to make sure we have good debate, but not used, we don't end up debating rules instead of policy, and the rules become the thing that we go back and forth on. And it's frustrating. And I'm not speaking just as a speaker, but as just a senator. It's frustrating when what the people want is they want debate on policy and not back and forth on rules. And so it's a balance that we're trying to strike, and part of our rules discussion today is really reflective of that tension. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming back up. Any other neutral? Okay, that completes that section. We'll move to 24. Make it brief, because going forward, we're not doing no more closings.
I'm sorry.
Going forward, we're not doing any more closings for the senators. Go ahead and finish. Because we are at 4.5 hours.
I understand.
And 4.5, we're not halfway, and we're going to be done by midnight. And so that's the issue. So make it brief. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, I think Nathan Leach may have pointed this out, and you may have had a chance to see this in your review of the record, Speaker Arch, because I know that you're an enthusiastic student of the institution as well. But I think Senator Chambers usually referred to this rule as Lola's rule. Whatever Lola wants, Lola gets. He would kind of, in a moment of levity, kind of describe as bestowing kind of superpowers upon the speaker to really shut down what he saw as another opportunity to utilize the rules for his debate, and other senators as well, of course. But I do want to just kind of make sure that we have clarity in some of the comments that you brought forward, Speaker Arch, because I think that there's probably a dissonance there. Absolutely, I agree. We need to have efficiency, and we need to have deliberation, and we need to find the right balance there. And that's a challenge on a good day, right? But I think the difference in terms of perhaps lens that we're utilizing to make that calculation, and I'm going to take exception, and maybe it's late, and so we'll give a lot of grace to each other here, of course, but there's no such thing as good versus bad debate. There's debate. That's a value judgment that none of us have a right to put on each other. Each of us got here, received the same certificate of election to do the best that we can according to our abilities, according to our strategy, according to our judgment on behalf of the people that elected us. It's not up to each other to judge what is good or thoughtful debate and to characterize as bad debate. So I do want to push back on that a little bit. And I do want to also recognize that I think it's a cultural problem in this institution where we see debate as bad, where we see dissent as rude. And that is wrong. Each of us worked really hard to get here to debate things. And it's good that we have healthy debate. And that doesn't mean that we dislike each other. It doesn't mean that we don't have good manners. It's part of our job to debate, to ask hard questions, to tease out the issues, to challenge our own thinking through the course of that peaceful, free expression. So I do just want to kind of note that in terms of the broader issues inherent in this rule change. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to move to Rule 24 and 25, that section there, personal privilege. We'll start with Senator Hunt. This rule is Rule 2, Section 11, personal privilege and the use thereof. Senator Hunt has a rule change suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Megan Hunt, MEGAN-HUNT, representing District 8. This rule change would strike the line in the current rule that says personal privilege shall not be used to permit any discussion or debate pertaining to any measure pending before the legislature. The reason for this is that this really allows for interpretation of when a point of personal privilege is or isn't in order to be very subjective and arbitrary. In this body, we are all representatives of people in this state, and we're brought here to debate issues. And sometimes issues are so personal to members of this legislature, and sometimes the issues we discuss do affect us personally and individually, and nothing about that really impacts the dignity or the integrity of the legislative process. Just because some of these issues may be embodied in substantive debate about a bill doesn't mean that we shouldn't be able to discuss it in some form on the floor. So I introduced this rule amendment because the speaker indicated that he did not want to discuss anything that is divisive as a result or as a resolution or as a point of personal privilege. And unfortunately, some of the proposals that I've seen introduced this session, even today, are inherently divisive and actively harmful to people. And they are things that can be so offensive and discriminatory that they are merely by introduction impacting the integrity and dignity of this legislature. So I don't want this personal privilege rule to be so narrowly interpreted as to only serve for discussions of things that are popular or not offensive to people in the body. I think that if we allow a rule like this to pass, we would be better served because we would have a forum for open debate. And if somebody proposes a law change that is so inappropriate and so offensive to a degree that it impacts the very nature of this institution and somebody personally, I think we have the prerogative to use a point of personal privilege to raise that point. Furthermore, beside all of that, I don't think that I've seen points of personal privilege be abused in the past. And so I don't think that we need to change the norms around the use of this tool. And this rule change would just clarify how this tool should be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Conrad. This is Rule 2, Section 11, very similar to Senator Hunt.
Yes.
Personal privilege use thereof.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Danielle Conrad. It's DANIELLE Conrad, CONRAD. I'm here today representing North Lincoln's Fightin' 46th Legislative District. And it is a very similar proposal that you just heard from Senator Megan Hunt. And I want to make sure to reaffirm to the committee to read the language of the existing rule. The rule of personal privilege, both collectively and individually, is a parliamentary safeguard and safety valve to protect the institution and each of us as individual members. And if you can see, again, on the rules that are in existence today, that Senator Erdman moved, that we all adopted unanimously, that have been in place for some time, there may be some discretion to call out a point of personal privilege if there is a matter pending before the legislature, which of course can be very broad due to the nature of our work. But I do want to point out there is really no discretion to not recognize a point of privilege. If you look at the rule itself, the request may be channeled through the presiding officer, but then it says the presiding officer shall, not may, shall, it is required, determine not whether or not they're in order, but the order of consideration. And if you'll also note, looking at the rule itself, on its face, this matter has priority over everything except for a motion to adjourn. So this is an important parliamentary safety valve available to the body as a whole and individual members. I understand and appreciate that perhaps it was being used a little bit too much to recognize people's birthdays or other sort of occasions, and it was taking too much time on the floor. So that Senator Hilgers developed and Senator Arch has indicated a willingness to continue maybe a special announcement section to have a little bit more order in regards to how those measures that maybe don't rise to a level of personal privilege to defend the institution or an individual might be better suited to utilizing floor time. So I appreciate and understand the speaker has the ability to set a component for announcement, so to speak. But I want to be very, very clear that this measure in particular is not discretionary, and it takes precedence. And it's important that we maintain it, and I think should expand it rather than limit it, to be very, very clear. And to do otherwise would be an impermissible prior restraint. The speaker doesn't have the right to control the content of our speech as individual members. They might not agree with it. They might not like how we express ourselves, but the speaker doesn't have the right to control the content of our speech. And I think that this institution and each of the worthy members therein are strong enough and bold enough to be able to hear hard things, to debate difficult things, and to be able to face very clear-eyed, even challenges to the institution or each other. And so any effort that's going to stifle debate and dissent, I think undermines the integrity of the body. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I had to add a little bit more since I lost my
Any
clothes.
questions?
Okay, thank you.
That's going to be the same for everyone.
All right, thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much. Okay, are there those who are in support of either one of these two rules? Personal privilege, use thereof. Is there anyone in opposition to these two rule changes? How about neutral? Here we go. Surprise, surprise.
Mr. Chair, members of the Rules Committee, I'll be very brief. My name is Nathan Leach, Nathanleach. I'm speaking in a neutral capacity and speaking on behalf of myself. Since my sophomore year at Kearney High, I've taken a keen interest in the study of parliamentary procedure, particularly its application in legislative bodies and specifically the Nebraska Legislature. In order to better assist in research, I have compiled an index of every legislative ruling documented in the journal since 1937. And as the committee considers this rules change, I'd like to respectfully place those rulings into the legislative record for future researchers. May 8th, 1995, journal page 2018, transcript page 6321, that was overruled. November 10th, 1992, journal page 46, transcript page 125, overruled. June 1, 1977, journal page 2296, transcript page 5035, unchallenged, and this ruling was not documented in the General Legislative Index. March 17th, 1977, journal page 890, transcript page 1511, overruled. May 2nd, 1975, journal page 1594, transcript page 3621, overruled. April 30th, 1975, journal page 1515, transcript page 3343, overruled. April 23, 1975, journal page 1394, transcript page 2927, overruled. March 20th, 1975, journal page 976, transcript page 1637, overruled. March 5th, 1975, journal page 739, transcript page 1170, overruled. January 30th, 1975, journal page 312, transcript page 354, overruled. I wanted to note that in every instance in which the presiding officer has ruled that a point of personal privilege was out of order and that order was subsequently challenged by a member of the legislature has overruled the chair. An online spreadsheet with links to copies of the relevant journal and transcript page may be accessed at the following URL, http://t.ly/svvb. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for the information. Anyone else in the neutral position? Okay. Welcome back. You've been here all this time?
I have been.
Amazing.
Upstairs.
The floor is yours.
For the record, my name is Brandon Metzler, BRANDON, METZLER, Clerk of the Legislature. I just wanted to respond from neutral capacity. The problem we will see on the floor, senators, is that if you pass this rule, you will allow debate within a personal privilege, an untimed, mind you, debate. So if somebody stands up during the course of Legislative Bill 100, they have the floor, they ask for personal privilege, even if they've exhausted their 3 speaking opportunities, they are now given an untimed opportunity to speak. The reason that language was placed within the personal privilege, parliamentary procedure is the baseline. Your rules can modify that. You know, you just can't be unconstitutional. I will state that if you were to adopt this rule, you would be allowing debate beyond the 3 5-minute opportunities on the subject of the bill. I think that presents some problems for how we operate up on the floor.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for that. Anyone else in the neutral position? Okay, we're going to move to rules 26, 27, 28, and it has to do with redistricting. And I have a rule to introduce, so I'm going to turn it over to our able vice person, Senator DeBoer. Thank you.
Senator Erdman, you are welcome to open on your rule change proposal.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. I'll make this very simple and quick. The issue that I have when I read through the rule book is those things that we currently do that are not listed there, and some of them we do that aren't listed. So this issue has to do with redistricting, and there'll be two senators following me with opinions on redistricting as well. What the rule is, I'll just read it to you so it goes into context so you'll see. The committee this is the redistricting committee, shall be comprised of 9 members of the legislature, 3 from each congressional district existing on January 1st of each year ending in 0. The executive board shall appoint the members of the committee in January of each year ending in 1. And this is the stricken line. This is the stricken language. No more than 5 members appointed to the committee shall be affiliated with the same political party. So we are nonpartisan. And so in the spirit of nonpartisanism, I have included the new language. It says, members of this committee shall be appointed the members appointed shall be 3 from each congressional district. Instead of by party affiliation, it's each congressional district have 3 members, a 9-person board, 9-senator board. And so that is my solution to actually have the rules read as our nonpartisan friends tell us that we're nonpartisan. So if there's any questions, I would try to answer those.
Are there any questions for the introducer? I do not see any.
Madam Vice Chair, I'll let you do the next
Yes,
2.
we'll invite now Senator Conrad. Senator Conrad will be speaking to Rule 27, Rule Proposal 27.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer, members of the committee. My name is Danielle Conrad. It's DANIELLE, Conrad, CONRAD. I'm here today on behalf of the Fightin' 46 Legislative District of North Lincoln. I wanted to put forward this measure as a placeholder and would be happy to work with the committee if they decided to advance this measure on additional amendments or delineations if appropriate. But both through rule and through statute and through legislative bill and resolution, in addition to, of course, the constitutional and statutory framework that already governs our redistricting process and Supreme Court case law on the state and federal level as well. There's a complex legal kind of regulatory structure that governs redistricting. And one aspect of that is included in our rules, both in the selection of committee members and how we go about our business. The legislative resolution that kind of lays out the parameters or considerations for redistricting for most of the last many decades has included a provision that redistricting should be conducted in a nonpartisan manner. That has been relatively non-controversial in terms of the adoption of that resolution generally. Now, I think what we have seen is, unfortunately, in terms of both process and result, we've seen an increasing amount of partisanship, and particularly in redistricting. And when you talk to Nebraskans and you look at some of the polling that's out there, Nebraskans want us to focus on maintaining our nonpartisan traditions and nonpartisan results. Again, we voluntarily ran to serve in a nonpartisan office. We took an oath to honor our Constitution, which demands nonpartisanship. And we take up redistricting, we should honor that as well. We should look at the data. We should look at the existing districts, and we should update according to the census parameters. We shouldn't be playing partisanship and partisan games with redistricting. And I think I wanted to bring this forward at this moment because I know redistricting was rocky in the last go around, as it typically is, and is fresh in the minds of many of our returning senators. And there was some agreement by senators who were involved in that process that we should have a better process moving forward. So whether that's through rules or through legislation, we have a little time before the next redistricting go around to improve our processes to make it work a little bit better. So I put this forward quickly as a placeholder to either start or continue that conversation and figure out how that we can have a better process and a better result in the next round of redistricting. So thank you so much.
Are there questions for the introducer? I do have one.
Yes, please.
This language seems sort of aspirational to me. Is there any way, do you have an enforcement mechanism in mind? I mean, I don't know how you would enforce someone not to be partisan.
Right. I think yes and no, I guess, perhaps would be the answer there, Senator. So I think well, I'm going to say no, actually, now that I just think about it a little bit. So I amend that previous statement. I don't think it's just aspirational. And I think that when you look again at the parameters that the body has adopted to govern redistricting, it includes nonpartisanship. So I think perhaps the question would be more so around standing in terms of who has the right to bring that forward and test what that really means. Perhaps an aggrieved taxpayer, perhaps somebody aggrieved by the outcome of redistricting a candidate or an elected official. I mean, that remains to be seen who would have standing. But that provision has been a part of our law and our process on redistricting that does have the force of law. So whether or not some taxpayer would have the ability to, challenge abuse of our rules, it remains to be seen. The Supreme Court gives great deference to the legislature to set their own rules, right? So I'd need to tease that out and think about it a little bit more. But whether we do it by rule, resolution, or legislative bill, in very recent history, we've made strides. Senator Morante and Senator Mello came together across the aisle and figured out a better way to do redistricting. It was later vetoed by Governor Ricketts, but there is common ground to be found on even the toughest political issues that are out there. And we should really examine all tools in our rules and our legislation and our processes to try and update and improve our redistricting process. So let me think about, and I want some CLEs for that, Senator DeBoer, but let me think about enforceability and standing, and I'd be happy to get back to you.
If only I could grant those CLEs. Are there any other questions for the introducer? Thank you, Senator
Thanks so
Conrad.
much.
And then we have Senator Hunt, rule change proposal number 28. I think this marks us the halfway mark, folks. Everybody watching there in the audience, this is the halfway mark.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer. For the record, we might be past halfway because I think a lot of testifiers have left, so.
The number of proposals.
That is right. So this is a rule change that was introduced in 2017, which is based on the bill that was passed by Senators Mello and Morante in 2015, which was ultimately vetoed by the governor. And Senator Conrad spoke about that already a little bit. This rule would create an independent redistricting citizens advisory commission to assist in the process of redistricting every 10 years. The original bill that this rule is based on is the result of a year's worth of research into how to effectively draw Nebraska's districts. It had bipartisan support at the time. It's been introduced as a rule a couple times. And this commission would be established each redistricting year. Each of the 3 legislative caucuses would appoint 3 people to serve on the commission, with no more than 2 people with the same political party from each caucus. To be eligible to serve on the commission, a person from Nebraska, they would have to be a Nebraska resident and a registered voter who had not changed their political affiliation in the past year. Residents registered as lobbyists within the past 12 months, public officials, candidates for office, and those holding a political party office would also not be eligible. I was here when we went through the redistricting process. Senator Conrad was here when we went through it before, and it was an ugly and rancorous process. I'm concerned on every step of the way at what we can do to better preserve and nurture and grow the nonpartisan, fellow-feeling, productive environment that we can have in this legislature that we've seen in the past, that I do feel is slipping away quite a bit in the past several years. And I think that modifying the way we do redistricting in the future is one way that we can do that. This may also be sort of an ambitious or aspirational type of idea, but the rule has been introduced before, and it's based on legislation that was vetted through the committee process, that was supported in a bipartisan way, and that passed but was ultimately vetoed. So the language is good, the language is solid. It's a solid idea that was already vetted in the past, and I do think it merits serious consideration from this committee. Thank you.
Any questions for this introducer? Thank you, Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
We will now take proponent testimony for any of these three proposals. Proponent testimony.
I am Sherry St. Clair, SHERISTCLAIR. I'm with the League of Women Voters, and with the, if it's okay with the committee, I'm going to address all three proposals and hopefully all three at once in the interest of time, unless there are objections. Okay. I didn't resubmit my written things. You have them already. They're in the document that you received earlier this afternoon, or probably seems like yesterday by now. But the numbering in that document is the old numbering rather than what we're using now. So my first comment is old Rule 17, now number 26. The League is opposed to the elimination of consideration of party affiliation in this process. It looks like an effort to reduce partisanship, but I think it actually does the opposite. Current rules say no more than 5 members can be from the same party, but the voter makeup of the state, as provided by the Secretary of State's office in December, is roughly 48% Republican, almost 28% Democrat, 21% nonpartisan, 1.5% libertarian, and 0.3% legal marijuana now. So these current guidelines related to party affiliation in the redistricting process ensures that the committee needs to represent people from all political backgrounds. And so the League opposes this change. So similarly, we support the new number 27, the old number 49, redistricting without partisanship. It reads similar to Rule 17 to remove party affiliation, but it kind of has the opposite effect. When you look at the numbers, the voter registration numbers, political party can't be ignored in redistricting because you don't want to have the majority to completely exclude meaningful involvement of the minority. So political party cannot be the sole guiding principle, because then you have the same outcome as if everybody's from the same party. That's not good either. We are supportive of now Rule 28 was 38, creating new guidelines for redistricting. We support the nonpartisan, it's getting late, nonpartisan equitable redistricting process reflected in many of the details that are in this proposal. The role of nonpartisan citizen involvement is imperative. Redistricting has historically been written in the rules, so we support these changes, but actually would like to see this codified into state law through legislation. We know that 8 states have already adopted independent redistricting commissions, and it's in those states that they have had the least amount of issues legally following redistricting, certainly from this last 2020 census 2021 process.
Thank you very much.
With
Are there
that-
questions for this testifier? See none, thank you. Next testifier in the proponent position.
Three, is that okay? It's not-
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are doing these sort of as joint hearings, so we expect that you're testifying on all three. You can give your position about all three. You can designate within which portions you like or don't like.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, members of the committee. My name is, again, Gavin Geis. That's spelled Gavingeis, and I'm the Executive Director for Common Cause Nebraska. I will begin testimony with Rule change number 26, we stand in opposition to that rule only because it does nothing to actually address the problems inherent in our current redistricting system. There are certainly issues that can be addressed as rules 27 and 28 attempt to do. Rule 26 does nothing to actually fix those problems. And so we oppose it merely on the fact that there are better options to improve our system. Both rules 27 and 28, we believe are improvements on the system, although we would ideally see the redistricting process move to something citizen-led. Rule 29 focuses on. Common Cause has been involved in the redistricting process for the past 20 years, actually 30 years. We've watched the last 3 cycles, and throughout that time, we have advocated for a nonpartisan process, a publicly engaged and accessible process, and one that puts communities at the forefront. Redistricting, honestly, is done best when people of Nebraska are put at the front of that, and putting people actually in the lead rather than senators is the ideal. As Ms. Sinclair noted, the states that use citizen-led commissions have the best results, the best outcomes, the least lawsuits. Overall, it works better for the people of the state. And as we saw during the 2021 redistricting cycle, state senators are well aware of the political and electoral outcomes of the redistricting process. It is no surprise. It is no surprise to anyone in this audience in Nebraska. That is bias that is inherent that none of you can avoid. But that bias should not take part in this process. Redistricting should not be influenced by the outcome of an election for any sitting senator. And so the best way to go about that is to put the people of Nebraska at the forefront of drawing these maps, of starting the test of talking with the communities that are impacted, of working to draw the initial maps at the very least. We need the people of the state to be guiding this process rather than senators who have bias they can't avoid. So I will leave there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much. Let's have the next proponent testifier. Sorry.
Hi there, members of the committee. My name is Cassandra Griffin, CASSANDRA, GRI, FFIN, and I'm the Associate Data Director at the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table. I'm here to testify in support of Rule Change 38, now 28, to establish new redistricting rules and amend Rule 3, Section 6. At the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table, our focus is to ensure that all Nebraskans are represented and able to participate in our democracy. This proposal will help ensure we do exactly that in establishing an independent redistricting committee and ensuring our elections are free and fair. That's an essential cornerstone of building trust in our democracy, something we really feel we should be prioritizing as much as possible in the moment that we are in. When partisanship dilutes the will of the people and breaks up neighborhoods, cities, and towns into nonsensical boundaries not designed to represent the will of the people but a predetermined result, we all lose. Every Nebraskan deserves to have their voice heard and their vote counted. And our district line should be nonpartisan and fair. We believe that an independent commission would best accomplish that. In 2021, as noted before, we had a really contentious redistricting process. The hope is that during redistricting, you have a census result and you make fair and equitable maps that prioritize keeping communities of interest together and low deviation between districts. One of our members, League of Women Voters, who testified before, made a great map that was a great example of that with low deviation at or below 1%. But the final map we saw had deviation as high as 4.9%, which measures the difference of over 1,000 people from district to district. Our hope in the future is that we see more fair and equitable maps. And the last map that we saw also saw congressional districts that split District 2 in an interesting way, Congressional District 2. Douglas County, rather than being in a district with its suburbs, and Sarpy County, as has been done historically, was drawn with Saunders County. To the general public, the current maps appear not to be evidence of an independent process, but a deeply partisan one. And this body, we believe, should be dedicated to preserve the nonpartisan legacy of putting people's voices first as the second house of the legislature. So the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table will continue to work to ensure that the voice of the people will continue to triumph over partisanship, and we look forward to supporting your efforts to do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions for this testifier?
Yeah.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you. Now, when you say a more fair and equitable map, what do you mean by that?
A more fair and equitable map is one that keeps communities of interest together, keeps deviation low between districts, is in a way that makes sense to a lot of community members. And when the simple fact is that when we have state legislatures drawing these districts as people who are elected by these districts, it can't be as independent of a process as going through an independent commission that doesn't have those kind of stakes involved.
You talking about partisanship?
I'm talking about partisanship. I'm talking about even just making re-election as easy as possible. Gerrymandering can have a number of different influences, which is why we really believe it's best left to an independent commission.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions?
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your testimony. Any other proponent testimony?
Good evening. My name is Nick Grangenet. That's spelled NickGrandGenett. I'm with Nebraska Appleseed. So Appleseed is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to justice and opportunity for all Nebraskans. So we're testifying in support of proposed rules 27 and 28 in opposition to proposed rule number 26. So specifically on rule number 26, as Nebraskans, we all live in a representative democracy. Our state is not monolithic. We as a community of people have diverse identities, backgrounds, thoughts, and beliefs. The diversity strengthens each of us individually and all of us together collectively as a state. These characteristics inform not just the decisions we make in our daily lives, but also how we express ourselves politically in our state's representative democracy. So at the core of our representative democracy is the redistricting process, obviously. And the consequences of redistricting are enormous. It influences not only who represents us, but it also influences and determines who chooses who represents us. At their best, elections, lawmaking, and governing should be a contest of ideas accompanied by the arguments that persuade Nebraskans. Rule 26 creates the possibility that in the future, a single party can control the entire redistricting committee, and we find that to be problematic. So with that, we would just ask the committee to reject proposed rule number 26 and then also to adopt rules 27 and 28. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent. First opponent. Welcome again, Mr. Leach.
Madam Chair, members of the Rules Committee, my name is Nathan Leach. That's Nathanleach. I am speaking in opposition only to proposed rules change 26 offered by Senator Erdman and speak on behalf of Nonpartisan Nebraska, a nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving the nonpartisan structure of the Nebraska Legislature. This proposed change eliminates the requirement that the legislature's redistricting committee have no more than 5 members affiliated with the same political party and provides that the redistricting committee consists of 3 members from each congressional district. Adopting this rules change will open the door to future legislatures appointing only members of one political party to the legislature's redistricting committee, which may be of great benefit to whichever party is in the majority at the turn of the decade, but would be a serious disservice to the people of Nebraska. It is no secret that partisan politicians across the country from both parties have taken advantage of their ability to draw political districts in such a way as to unfairly advantage themselves and, in some cases, cement their majority in legislatures, congressional delegations, and other political institutions. But when politicians draw districts in favor of themselves and/or their political parties, they disrespect the very institutions they aim to serve and subvert the principles of representative democracy. Nonpartisan Nebraska strongly urges the committee to reject this blatant partisan power grab and instead explore ways to remove partisanship from the legislative process, not embolden it, as this rule clearly aims to do. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Next opponent testifier. Opponents? Next, we'll go to neutral testimony. Is there anyone here in the neutral capacity? Seeing none, that ends our hearings on proposed rule changes 26, 27, and 28, and we will now shift to proposed rule change number 29 and Mr. John Kavanaugh, Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer, and thank you, members of the Rules Committee. I really appreciate your attention after I've been watching on the TV in my office. This has been a very long and interesting conversation. So I propose rule change number 29, which is a change to the priority bill deadline. Currently in the rules, all that it says is that you have to designate your priority bill in the 90-day session by the 60th day, or in the 60-day session by the 30th day. I'm sorry, the 90-day session by the 45th day, and the 60-day session by the 30th day. And what it does is it allows the speaker to set any date before that as the deadline. And so what I'm saying is not trying to move back that timeline, just trying to establish that we have a clear time by which individuals can set that. So hypothetically, in a session like this, not that the Speaker Arch would do this, but a speaker could come into the session and say, the priority bill designation deadline is day 10. So before any bills have had any hearings, before any bills have right when all the bills have all been introduced, Speaker could require that we establish which bill we're going to have as our priority. So all I'm saying is, let's just say we've already established that that's the outlier, the maximum time at which a designation could be made. I'm just saying, let's put that as the deadline and have a firm deadline. I think that certainty will help everyone, clarity, and that I think ability to know what you're going into is helpful for all senators. So we won't have any kind of question. The speaker won't have to make that kind of determination. It won't potentially be used as some sort of, weapon or cudgel against people in conflicted situations. I know, again, Speaker Arch wouldn't do that, but we're not talking about making rules just for this session. We're talking about making rules for every session going forward. And so just in the interest of clarity, just saying that the priority designation would be the 45th day in the 90th session and the 30th day in the 60th session. So questions?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
Senator John Kavanaugh. Don't put it past Speaker Arch to wield a cudgel, because I've been in HHS with him before and he can. Why? So I'm assuming the 45th day, just because it's halfway through the 90, that's why you picked that date.
I didn't pick that date. That's currently the date. So in the rules right now, it is the priority
Prior to the
designation
45th.
deadline cannot be any day after the 45th day, but it could be any day prior to.
Okay.
And so I'm just saying, let's just make it the 45th day. I know last session, Speaker Hilgers said it somewhere very close to that, but not right at the 45th day, or something like the 40th day or something like that.
Okay. You're right. I apologize.
No,
Yeah.
that's
Makes sense.
so I'm here to answer questions.
Senator Arch.
So I've got a question here. So you're saying strike prior to, right? So you're saying like on the 45th day,
Right.
all of these priority bills have to come in?
They all have to be designated by the 45th day. So you can designate it anytime you want before that.
So the challenge, I think, is of course scheduling, and because we do, generally agree that the priority bills are the ones that, those are the ones that we want to hear. We've got about 120, or I don't know the exact number, but at any rate, so if you wait until, you can't do it prior to the 45th is what you're saying.
I'm saying that the speaker could not require individuals to make their designation before the 45th day.
Oh,
So
I see.
any designation, so if I wanted to wait until the 45th day to designate my priority bill, that would be honored as a priority. Under the current rules, you could, Mr. Speaker, could say the 25th day is the deadline, and that any bill that's not designated by then would not be honored as a priority.
Senator Kavanaugh, one of your amendments only gives you 5 days, right?
5 days for what? I'm sorry.
The one amendment you have, Rule 30, it says this: the designation deadline shall be after the 40th day legislative day and prior to the 45th day. So that's 5 days.
Well, I could speak to that. That was my next amendment, if you want me to just to speak to that as well. So that one, I'm just trying to give options to the committee here. That one just gives the speaker a window of 5 days in which they could set the limit. So anybody could prioritize their bill before that again, like normal, but the speaker would be able to say, I'm going to set the deadline at the 40th day or the 41st day or the 42nd day up to the 45th. So it just narrows the window from the entirety of the first half of the session down to those 5 days for the deadline. Anybody could still prioritize before that, just not after that.
Yeah, so I should have been a little more clear on that. We're doing those two bills at the same time you're here. So you're not saying that you only have 5 days, you're saying he could designate it, but you could do it before the 40th day?
Right, that I'm limiting the speaker's window that he can set the deadline in to 5 days.
So you could do it on 40th, you could do it on the 41st, for a second.
Correct.
But no
So
no earlier than the 40th and no later than the 45th.
Exactly. So the whole purpose of that, and I can speak to that a little bit since I didn't address that one, that is just, again, to give certainty, but still allow that amount of flexibility to the speaker to not take away all the power, but to give the senators, the legislators, a certain date by which it can't be before. So if you want to make sure that you're going to be ready to go, you've got your bill ready, you know what you're going to prioritize by the 40th day. So just trying to narrow that window and create that certainty.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any proponents would like to speak to the rule change on designation of priorities? Now would be a good time. Anybody in opposition? How about neutral? Mr. Leach left. Okay. All right, that concludes on those. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We will start again at, 6:45 is a little late. Make it 6:45. Thank you. Be back at 6:45.
I bet the staff would love this. Yeah. Bill drafters, I know bill drafters, they're probably like cheering.
Yeah,
you know?
that's their
If I get through.
perfect timing.
No, that video conference. He's in the outside of that.
Are they up?
You know, that kind of stuff.
He's a good guy.